Okay, I'm going to get started by welcoming everyone. Welcome back. Nice to see all of you guys. Welcome to everyone online who's joining us as well. As I mentioned today, we're going to be starting with the chanting and meditation to ease the mind into meditation and help you guys with your meditation practice. Then afterwards, I'm going to be teaching you the Eightfold Path, the path for all humans to enlightenment. This is the core central teaching of the Buddha. You're going to need to know this inside and out, backwards and forwards. It's very comprehensive, and everything else that the Buddha teaches plugs into this. So it's going to take me about 2.5 hours to teach it to you, but we're going to take a mid-morning break, and I'm sure this is something that you're going to need to learn more than one time. Oftentimes students who have learned this, they come back to learn it again and again and again because it really needs that amount of attention, because this is how to actually get to enlightenment, is through learning and practicing this, and then all the connected teachings that plug into it. So we're going to do that all the way up until lunch, and then we're going to take our lunch break, and then afterwards we're going to come back and I'm going to teach you the ins and outs of meditation, breathing, mindfulness meditation, helping you guys to understand how it fits in to your overall practice. So if you'd like to join for the meditation, I'm going to start with the chanting, which you guys are welcome to join in on. Then I'll come in with the guidance. There's going to be that period of time where it's just quiet and we're all meditating together. Then we'll come out with the chanting. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Bhutang Bhagavanang Abhivateyami Savakato Bhagavata Tammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipano Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Sanghang Namami Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Iti piso Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vichaccharanang Sammuno Sakato Rokavitu Anutero Purisa Dhamma Sati Satatawa Manusarang Bhutto Bhagavati. Okay, with the lower body and hands and arms comfortable, and the upper body erect, just close the eyes and start breathing in through the nose and out through the nose. Here you're just looking to establish the breath, a nice, natural, steady, consistent breath. Not forced or controlled, just a gradual inhale through the nose, experiencing the full breath. And then whenever you're ready, exhale out through the nose. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Your breath may not match up with the guidance that I'm providing, and that's okay. This is your practice. I'm just here for guidance. You can use this voice as a reminder that whenever you get to the next inhale, breathing gradually through the nose, developing a nice, natural, steady, consistent breath. And then whenever you're ready, exhale out through the nose, experiencing the full breath. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. With the mind fixated on the breath, whenever you notice that it moves off the breath, cut that off and let it go, and come back to the breath, the present moment. Focus the mind either on the air coming into the nose over the sensation of the skin, or the sound as it moves into the nose. The breath is the present moment. Fixate the mind on the breath, the present moment. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. With the mind fixated on the breath, whenever you notice that it moves off the breath, cut that off and let it go, coming back to the breath. There's no need to observe the thought, label it, judge it, analyze it, or even try to figure out where it's coming from. Whenever you notice that the mind is moved off the breath, cut that off, let it go, and come back to the breath, the present moment. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. I'm going to be quiet now and let you do this work of focusing on the breath, cutting off and letting go anytime the mind moves off the breath. You have nowhere to go. There's nothing to do. No one needs you right now. This is your time to focus on the breath. Breathing in and out. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Mahakawa Bhutang Mahakavanang Apivateyami Savakato Mahakavata Tammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipano Mahakavato Savaka Sangho Sanghang Namami Namo Rasa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Rasa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Rasa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Iti piso Mahakawa Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vicacaranang Sammuno Sakatoro Kawitu Anutero Purisa Dhamma Sati Satatawa Manusang Poto Bhagavati. Okay, if you guys would like to slowly make your way out of meditation. Once again, welcome to all of you guys. Nice to see everyone here this morning. Welcome to everyone online as well. As I shared, I'm going to be teaching you guys the Eightfold Path. This is the path for all humans to enlightenment. This is the core central teaching of the Buddha. If you're interested in understanding anything the Buddha taught, you would need to know this teaching. You need to know it inside and out, backwards and forwards, to be able to get to enlightenment. Without understanding this teaching, you would have no ability to train your mind and actually get to this enlightened mental state where the mind's completely peaceful, calm, serene, and content with joy. Remember, an enlightened being no longer experiences any discontent feelings. There's no anger, sadness, frustration, irritation, annoyance, guilt, shame, fear, stress, anxiety, loneliness, boredom, shyness, resentment, jealousy. All of that is purified and eliminated from the mind through uprooting the causes and conditions that are producing it. So as I teach you the Eightfold Path, it's going to start with the very first teaching of the Four Noble Truths to be able to help you establish what's called right view. Establishing right view is to have a breakthrough to understanding what's actually causing these feelings, because you wouldn't be able to eliminate them if you didn't actually know what was causing them. So in the Four Noble Truths, I'm going to help you to see in 4 simple statements where what is the problem in your mind, the cause of that problem, the elimination of it, and the path forward. And you're going to be able to independently verify what I'm sharing with you today based on your own direct experience. Because what people tend to think is that it's other people that are causing you to be angry or frustrated or something external. But what you're going to be able to see is that your own mind is causing these feelings, and that's why you can eliminate them. If it was everyone else that was causing these feelings, you'd never be able to eliminate them, because you can't teach 8 billion people in the world to do things a certain way. But you can train your mind to uproot these pollutions and thus experience the peace and the joy. So I'm going to be walking you guys through this using the original words of the Buddha. There's a lot of different resources out there that are reportedly sharing the Eightfold Path, but it's very rare that you will see the words of the Buddha actually being used to share this. And unless you're learning with the true teachings of the Buddha, you wouldn't actually be able to experience the results. So whenever you're learning the teachings of the Buddha, it's so important to make sure that you're studying with the original words of the Buddha. And I know that sounds a little bit strange, like how could anybody consider what they're doing Buddhist if they're not learning and sharing the original words of the Buddha? Well, that's what's going on in the world. We're at this low point in society, exactly what the Buddha predicted 2,500 years ago. He predicted that we'd be at this point where we'd be at this low point where people would vastly misunderstand his teachings. And the way that we restore these teachings back into the world is by studying his original words. So that's what I'm going to do to be able to help you guys in understanding this Eightfold Path. As we go, you guys are welcome to ask any and all questions, whether you're here at the temple or you're online. You can ask anything you like. Here at the temple, if you guys could use the microphones there, that way the people online will be able to hear you. All you need to do is press the gray button. The lights will come on. You hold that up to your chin. We'll be able to hear you here at the temple, and they'll be able to hear you online. And then you can keep this microphone with you because you or the people around you might have more than one question. And if you could just turn it off when you're not using it so we don't get feedback through the speakers, that would be great. And for anyone who's online, you can put your questions into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom in the comment section. I'll be able to see that, and then I'll be able to answer your question. And then in Zoom, you can electronically raise your hand and ask any questions that way too by just unmuting your microphone. So there's these 8 individual factors that are the Eightfold Path. It's right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. One of the ways you might think about these 8 factors is it's kind of like if you had a speaker system and you were trying to get a better and better quality sound out of the speakers, you would kind of tweak these 8 dials to try to get a better and better quality sound out of the speakers. And the same thing's true about your mind, is you can tweak these and bring them into your life and practice them closely, and you're going to get a better and better performing mind. Not only will you eliminate those discontent feelings, but you'll see the focus, the concentration, the clarity, and the deep memory starting to come into your mind. You'll notice your personal and professional relationships are really blossoming because you're not being bitter and harsh and hostile anymore. The Buddha is going to teach you how to interact with other beings in a wise way. And he's going to teach you how to train your mind. You're going to notice that you're not even in a bad mood anymore by the time you fully implement this and fully transform the mind. There's 3 sections here. There's wisdom, moral conduct, and mental discipline. I'm going to walk you through all 3 of these sections. Whenever you see moral conduct from the teachings of the Buddha, this isn't rules or commandments. He's not trying to convince you to do anything. Instead, he's showing you the natural laws and showing you this cause and effect. Based on the decisions that you make, there's going to be a certain effect. And when you make decisions wisely about your moral conduct, you're going to have harmonious relationships. And when you're making decisions unwisely, you're going to see that you have difficulties and struggles in your relationships. So you're going to be able to independently verify his moral conduct that he's teaching you and helping you see this natural law very clearly. And then ultimately, he's going to teach you this mental discipline where you're training your mind and you're fine-tuning your mind, because you wouldn't be able to implement the moral conduct without the mental discipline. And it's all built on this foundation of this wisdom section. So here in the first factor of the Eightfold Path, these are the words of the Buddha. He says, "In what, monks, is right view? It is, monks, the wisdom of discontentedness, the wisdom of the cause of discontentedness, the wisdom of the elimination of discontentedness, and the wisdom of the way of practice leading to the elimination of discontentedness. This is called right view." So what he's doing here in the Eightfold Path is he's pointing to another teaching. He's saying that's right view over there, right? There's another teaching called the Four Noble Truths. And what I've done is I've put the top section of that underneath of this line, so you can see the top section of the Four Noble Truths, and you can see how it connects into the Eightfold Path. As I mentioned to you, this Eightfold Path is a core central teaching, and everything else integrates into it. So rather than repeat the entire Four Noble Truths in the Eightfold Path, he's just pointing to it and he's saying, hey, that's right view over there. So then what you do is you go explore the Four Noble Truths, and you learn the Four Noble Truths. And remember, nothing in the teachings of the Buddha is based in belief, right? You need to learn it, examine it, investigate it. You need to reflect on it to independently verify it, and then you need to practice it. And that's where the wisdom comes in to be able to transform your mind. So I'm going to now teach you the Four Noble Truths in a way that you can learn, reflect, and practice. And in order to teach you the Four Noble Truths, I need to first teach you the three universal truths. These are building blocks to help you understand the Four Noble Truths. We refer to these as truths because the Buddha knew that they were true. I know that they're true, and other people know that they're true. But you need to know that they're true. And that's why you're not believing anything. Don't believe anything I say. Don't believe anything I write in the books. Don't believe anything anybody else says either. You need to be able to independently verify what you're hearing here. I'm going to show you how to do this learning, reflection, and practice to be able to get to the wisdom. Because remember, the Buddha is teaching you how the world is. He's not teaching you the way the world should be. He's teaching you the way the world is. And by understanding these natural laws, that's what your mind is awakening to so that you can navigate the world more peacefully. So this first universal truth is the universal truth of impermanence, where he's explaining to you that everything in the world around you is impermanent. It's constantly changing. It's temporary. It arises, it changes, and it fades away. These are called conditioned objects, right? A conditioned object is temporary. It is impermanent. It arises, it changes, and it fades away. So anything you can see, hear, smell, taste, anything that comes in contact with the body, or any thoughts or ideas that go through the mind, they are all impermanent. So everything you interact with in the world around you is impermanent. This is called a conditioned object. Then there's something called unconditioned object. Unconditioned objects do not arise, they do not change, and they don't fade away. They are permanent. Enlightenment itself is an unconditioned mental state that you're going to be experiencing permanently. And the natural laws that the Buddha taught during his lifetime, those natural laws don't change either. So those are unconditioned. They don't arise, change, or fade away. This is why his teachings are just as applicable today as they were 2,500 years ago, because he's describing these natural laws, and these natural laws are unconditioned and they don't change. So everything in the world that you can see, hear, smell, taste, that comes in contact with the body, or any thoughts or ideas that go through the mind, these are all impermanent. They're constantly changing. They are conditioned objects. They arise, change, and fade away. Okay, so this took me all of about a minute or two to teach you this universal truth of impermanence. That's the learning part. That's the intellectual understanding of it. But now you need to move it into reflection, because you're not interested in believing what I just said, right? You need to independently verify whether what I just said is true or not, so that way you know whether it's true based on your own reflection and your own verification. So the way that you do this is you start trying to look around the world to see if what I just said is true, because you're in this world. If this is a universal truth, this is a natural law, you should be able to see it. So what I suggest you do is you start with something that you're familiar with to determine whether it's permanent or impermanent, like this human body. You can ask yourself, is this body permanent, meaning that it never changes, it's always been the same? Or is this body impermanent, meaning it's constantly changing? So what would you say? Is this body permanent or impermanent? You say impermanent. Julie says impermanent. What do you guys say? It's impermanent, right? It's constantly changing, right? We get moles and freckles and pimples and gray hair. We lose our hair. Our skin complexion changes. We get wrinkles. We get bigger. We get smaller. We get all these different things changing ever since conception, right? When the egg and the sperm came together, this body's been constantly changing. Okay, what about your relationships? If your relationships are permanent, you've had exactly the same people in your life, your entire life. If they are impermanent, that means you've had people coming and going in and out of your life your entire life. So are your relationships permanent or impermanent? They're impermanent, right? Okay, what about your bank account? Is your bank account permanent or impermanent? So it's impermanent, right? It's going up and down and up and down. Some people's go up, up, up. Some people's goes down, 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 right? It's impermanent. What about the weather? Is that permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, right? Constantly changing. So we could go on and on and on. And if you need to do that to verify this, please do. You need to look around the world and be able to see this for yourself, right? When you're walking down the street and you see a crack in the sidewalk, that's impermanence. Here in Thailand, the sidewalk kind of go up sometimes they go down. Some streets have sidewalks, some streets don't, right? If you're looking at a fence and you see the paint is fading, that is impermanence, right? We had a certain number of people here in the class yesterday, and now we have a different number of people in the class. That is impermanence, right? Things are constantly changing. You can see the wood planks on the floor of the temple. Some of them are longer, shorter. Some of them are a certain color. Some of them are different colors, certain textures, certain shapes. There's all these differences around you. Everything's constantly changing. It's temporary. So this is an important building block when we get to the Four Noble Truths to be able to understand about the world around you, that everything around you is constantly changing. It is impermanent. It is temporary. Then the second universal truth, the Buddha is teaching you about the unenlightened mind, and he's explaining what the unenlightened mind experiences, which are called conditioned feelings. Here I describe this as discontentedness, where the mind is unstable, unsteady, it's shaken up. It's either discontent, discontented, or discontented, experiencing discontentedness. Now, some people refer to this as suffering. If you've seen the teachings of the Buddha in other places, they might use the word suffering, but I don't use this word, and I'll explain to you why. But first, let me explain to you what this is, and then I'll circle back and help you to understand it. So in the original words of the Buddha, in the Pali Canon, which is the Pali language, the word that he uses is dukkha. This word dukkha translates to discontent, discontented, or discontentedness. Because what he's explaining is that the human mind in the unenlightened state experiences three feelings: either a pleasant feeling, a painful feeling, or either a neither painful nor pleasant feeling. The pleasant feelings are things like happiness, excitement, elation, thrill, exhilaration, euphoria. Very pleasant to experience those. Then there's painful feelings like sadness, anger, frustration, irritation, annoyance, guilt, shame, fear, stress, anxiety. These are very painful to experience. Then there's neither painful nor pleasant. And I put boredom and loneliness here, but some people say it's very painful for them. So you could put that in the painful category if you like. But shyness is a good example of that, right? It's neither painful nor pleasant. Or say you were on public transportation and somebody that you didn't know came and sat next to you and your body was touching their body. You might say, it's not painful, it's not pleasant, it's neither painful nor pleasant. The mind's kind of uncomfortable or dissatisfied in that situation. Right? So these are the three feelings that the mind is experiencing: pleasant, painful, and neither painful nor pleasant. And these are called conditioned feelings because they're based on some condition. That if there's a certain condition present or not, then the mind will experience these feelings. So for example, if it's sunny outside, you might get happy. That's a conditioned feeling. Based on the condition that there is the sun, the mind is now going to form a feeling of happiness. But the problem with that is because that sun is not permanent, your happiness is not permanent either. Because as soon as the sun changes, your mind is no longer happy. This is the problem with conditional feelings, is that they arise, they change, and they fade away. This is why you haven't been able to get to permanent happiness, because your mind is basing its inner feelings on some condition. If it's sunny outside, I'll be happy. If my bank account balance is up here, I'll be happy. If my mom and dad do this, I will be happy. But people can't do those things permanently. So now when your mind's not getting what it wants, there's where you experience the painful feelings, the sadness, frustration, or anger, or something else. So in the unenlightened state, if you wake up in the morning and you see it's sunny outside, you might get so happy and excited. Yay, I'm going to go outside and play. There's this hiking trail I've been wanting to go on for so long, and now it's not raining. I can go hiking. I'm going to call up my friends. This is going to be a great time. We're going to have a blast on this hiking trail, right? And now you go take a shower and you come out and it's raining. Oh, now you're sad or frustrated. I can't go outside and play, right? This is because of the conditioned feeling. The mind's going up and down and up and down. It's based its inner feeling on the sun, and that sun is not permanent. So as soon as the sun changes, now you're not happy anymore. You're sad or frustrated or agitated. This is called conditioned feelings. An enlightened being is beyond this. An enlightened being is already happy when they woke up because it's unconditioned. There's no condition that needs to be met in order for the mind to be happy. And now they see it's sunny outside. And it's like, sweet, I'm going to go hiking. I'm going to call my friends. It's going to be a great time. We've been interested in going on this trail for a while. And now you go take the shower and you come out and it's raining. Oh, well, it's raining. Guess I can't go hiking. I guess maybe I'll go to the mall, watch a movie. Maybe I'll invite my friends over for some dinner. Maybe I'll stay home and read a book. No big deal, right? You're still happy. You're still joyful. You're still peaceful, right? So you're beyond these conditioned feelings by the time that you train your mind to get to enlightenment. But this is what the unenlightened mind is experiencing, the up and down, the conditionality of these feelings. If you allow the mind to experience a conditioned, pleasant feeling, that means the painful ones are waiting right around the corner for you. Because as soon as that condition changes, your mind's going to end up in the painful feelings. So you need to be able to see these conditioned feelings as the problem. And you're going to see that in the Four Noble Truths. That's the problem. Okay? So here, don't believe anything that I'm sharing with you. Independently verify this for yourself. Right? You know that your mind is currently unenlightened. So ask yourself, does this accurately describe what it is that you experience? Do you experience pleasant feelings, painful feelings, neither painful nor pleasant? Is there any feeling that you've experienced throughout your entire life that doesn't fit into one of these three categories? And when we get to the question period, let me know and we can talk about it. Okay? So this is the Buddha describing what the unenlightened mind is experiencing. Now, some people describe this as suffering. If you study the teachings of the Buddha other places, they might be using that word, right? I don't use the word suffering because this explains the painful feelings really well, but it doesn't explain the pleasant feelings or the neither painful nor pleasant feelings. If your mom called you up and said, hey, I'm going to come visit you this Friday. I heard you got a new house, and you get really excited. Would you say you were suffering in that situation? Or if your boss came and gave you a raise and you got so excited about this new money that you were going to be getting, would you say you were suffering? Or if that person you don't know came and sat next to you in public transportation and your body was touching their body, would you say you were suffering when you had that neither painful nor pleasant feeling? Probably not. Right? So that word suffering describes the painful feelings really well, but not the pleasant or the neither painful nor pleasant feelings. So that means you're only understanding 33% of what the Buddha taught if you use this word suffering. You're missing 66% of the teacher's teachings. And how could you ever get to the goal if you were missing 66% of a teacher's teachings? Right? So I don't use this word suffering because it doesn't accurately describe the full spectrum of emotions that an individual experiences in the unenlightened state, that it doesn't describe all three categories that the Buddha was talking about. So the better way to think about this is discontent, discontented, or discontentedness. This is going to bring your mind to the full understanding of what the Buddha was describing, where the mind is shaken up, it's unsteady, it's uncalm. If you've ever been so excited that you like tripped and fell, or you dropped something and broke it, then you know that when your mind's experiencing those pleasant feelings, your mind's shaken up. It's discontent, right? So this is the second universal truth, and you can independently verify this on your own. The third universal truth is actually a solution to one of the problems that the Buddha discovered in the mind. This is called the universal truth of non-self. I'm going to first explain to you the problem that he discovered, and then I'll explain to you this as the solution. If you guys remember from yesterday, we were talking about those 10 fetters, the 10 individual pollutions that the Buddha discovered in the mind, and one of those pollutions was personal existence view, where the mind has this misunderstanding, it has this confusion. It thinks that this body or this mind is you and who you are as a person. So the mind clings to it, holding on to it, wanting to be perceived by others in a certain way. So with personal existence view, the mind's going to cling to a self-image or a self-identity, wanting others to perceive you in a certain way and thinking that this is who you are as a person. So if you've ever been in a social situation where you've like spilt something on your clothing and you were embarrassed, this is your personal existence view, because your mind is clinging to this body, wanting to permanently be perceived by others in a certain way. And when you spill that chocolate ice cream or that spaghetti sauce on your clothing, you're not being perceived that way, and now you're embarrassed, right? Or if you've ever looked in the mirror and you saw a wrinkle or a pimple or a mole or a gray hair, or you saw a little extra fat here or there, if you've noticed any of these kinds of things and you were shaken up when you were looking in the mirror, this is your mind having personal existence view, wanting to be perceived by others in a certain way. And now you're not being perceived that way. So you're having difficulties and the mind is discontent. Or if you've ever stood in front of your closet and you thought about, who am I going to see today? And how do I want to appear? What clothes should I wear? What jewelry should I wear? How do I want my hair to be? Maybe you put on clothes, you looked in the mirror, you're like, no, that's not it. Put on another set of clothes. No, that's not it. Maybe finally you got a third pair. Okay, this is how I want to look. I feel comfortable now to go out into the world because I'm going to be perceived the way I want to be perceived. Or I gave you that example. I don't know if I shared this with you guys, where when I was a kid, I used to take gel and mousse and I would run it through my hair before school, try to get every little hair in exactly the right spot. And I couldn't go outside to school until I had every little hair in exactly the right spot. And sometimes I did this so long I would miss the bus on the way to school, right? This is all because of personal existence view. The mind clinging to this body, wanting others to perceive you in a certain way and not feeling comfortable to go out into the world unless that's the case. That's the self-image part of it. But then there's a self-identity that the mind can cling to based on your culture, your ethnicity, your sexual orientation, your nationality, your job or occupation. You can cling to any kind of identity of who you think you are as a person. And now, if you hear agreeable things related to that, you might get pleasant feelings. But if you hear disagreeable things, you will get painful feelings. So, for example, if you think, I am Canadian, or I am American, or I am Italian, or I am Japanese, or I am Chinese, or I am a Brit, or I am an Aussie, or any of this identity around our nationality, the mind can cling to this, like I am an American. Right? And now you're at a restaurant or you're watching the news or something like this, and you hear somebody comment and say, all Americans are lovely and kind and warm and gentle. Right? And now maybe you're like, oh, they're talking about me. Wow, I feel so good. But now it's only a matter of time before somebody says something degrading and disparaging. Right? Because of impermanence. People are going to say things about your nationality in a degrading and disparaging way. Now you're angry and you're frustrated, right? Or say that you've been in a relationship with a boyfriend or girlfriend, and now your mind identifies with, I am a boyfriend, I am a girlfriend. And now when you guys are together, you feel comfortable, but when you guys break up and now you're single, you don't identify that way. And you might have felt like you wanted to hurry up and get right back into another relationship because you felt uncomfortable in the single status, right? And the mind thought the way to solve this is to hurry up and get back into another relationship, where in reality, it was this personal existence view, this self-identity that your mind's clinging to. Or say you had a job or occupation and you identified with this as who you are. Like say maybe like, I am a police officer. Right? And now you're doing that job and you feel completely fine, but then you get injured or you get laid off or you get fired or something like this, or you retire, right? And now you're a taxi driver or whatever it is, but your mind is identifying with, I am a police officer. And now you're really struggling because you're not doing that work anymore. You're either retired or injured or something like this. And now the mind really struggles because of that identity that it's clinging to. And it thinks that this is who you are. So this can be happening with your culture, your ethnicity, your sexual orientation, nationality, your job or occupation. In fact, this stuff has all been put into our mind all throughout our life. Ever since we were born, we've been given labels, and our mind has had the opportunity to adopt that. I don't know what your label is necessarily, but my label was David. You guys all have labels, right? And when you adopt that as who you are as a person, and now you start having character and personality around that, and you think that this is who you are as a person. So one time I had a student call me up and he said he was having a really hard time after COVID. And I was like, really, what's going on? I'll help you. He said, I go into these places where I, typically just pay cash and like order a coffee and pay cash. But I can't do that anymore because they have these, contactless payment systems where I have to like put something on their computer, and when they turn around the computer, it says tip 25%, 30%, 35%, whatever it is. And he's like, I am a great tipper, but I don't think I should tip in this situation. I had a 30-second transaction where I ordered a cup of coffee and I got my coffee. Why do I have to tip? I'm so conflicted in this situation. I am a great tipper, but I don't feel like I need to tip here, and I feel so uncomfortable. Why? And I was like, that's your self-identity. You're identifying with, I am a great tipper. And when you tip, you feel great. But when you're not tipping, you feel uncomfortable, right? So your mind can grab onto any number of things as who you are as a person, your self-identity. And now it adopts that as who you are, and you'll feel either pleasant feelings or painful feelings based on having either agreeable or disagreeable contact related to this. So the solution to this is the universal truth of non-self. You need to realize that this body is not you, and this mind is not you. It's not who you are. But the mind is going to keep clinging to this, thinking that this is who you are. Sometimes people have this so much, they might get to the point in their day-to-day life where they're like, I don't even know who I am anymore. I need to go find myself. I need to go find my true self. Sometimes people come to Thailand in search of themselves, right? They need to go find their true self. They'll tell their friends and family, I don't even know who I am anymore. I need to go on a journey to go find myself. So they come to Thailand, and they're not going to find themselves here because it doesn't exist. They might find new hobbies, new activities, new friends, maybe even a new job, and they go back to their home country. They're like, I found myself. I know who I am again. Yay, I feel so great, right? They're clinging to all this stuff, thinking this is who they are. But then when it all changes because of impermanence, they're right back in the same problem. 3 years later, 5 years later, I don't know who I am anymore because all this stuff has changed. All the stuff I was grabbing onto, thinking that this was me, it's not me, right? That's not me. It's all gone now. So that can't be me, right? So there is no self. But the problem is that the mind keeps trying to cling to a self. It keeps trying to cling and grab onto something and say, this is who you are. So it's a matter of understanding that there is a body and there is a mind, and it's come together for this existence. But this doesn't determine who you are as a person. In fact, these kinds of things are embedded into our society. Like if you go to something like AA or NA, one of the things they will have you do is right at the beginning of the meeting is like, hi, I'm David, I'm an alcoholic, and then you kind of talk, right? Or I'm an addict, and then you talk. Identifying with I am an addict, I am an alcoholic. No, you're not an addict. You're not an alcoholic. You might have chosen in the past to use drugs and alcohol, but those choices and decisions that you made doesn't define who you are today as a person. And I understand why they teach it this way, because they're trying to help people to understand to never go back to those substances ever again, which is a very wise thing, right? But once our mind adopts that identity of who we are, now maybe we feel guilty or we feel shameful about the decisions that we made, when those decisions don't define who we are. So we can understand that we made certain choices and decisions in the past, but we don't have to identify with that's who we are today as a person. So there is a body and there is a mind, and these two things have come together, and we call this a human being or a person, but we don't have to identify with any of this as who we are. It's a matter of understanding this body was born on a land that some people refer to as America, but the mind doesn't have to adopt the identity of I am American. I can shed that, and I can understand that, that land wasn't even called America 400 years ago, 500 years ago. It was something else, right? So we can go through our life much more peaceful when you shed all of this, realizing that there is no self. So this is the third universal truth. Now that's the intellectual part of it. And some people understand it right away when I first start talking about it. Other people don't. And it's okay if you don't understand this 100%, because we go into this a whole lot more detail in other programs and other courses. In fact, there's an entire chapter in this book devoted to it. There's some of the retreats and courses that I teach. I spend a whole hour and a half just teaching about personal existence view and how to get rid of it. But here, I'm just introducing it to you so you understand what it is. And now I'm going to show you how to independently verify what I'm sharing with you, that there is no self. Okay? So think about yourself when you were a child, when you were a teenager, early adulthood, and now. How have you thought about yourself? Has it been exactly the same through all of those periods of time, or has it been constantly changing? What would you say? It's been changing, right? You can see there's no permanent self, right? Here's another way. If your arm was cut off and you only had one hand and one arm, are you less of a person? Julie saying no. Arturo? Are you less of a person if you only have one hand and one arm? It's a tricky one for you? Okay. Anyone else? Are you less of a person if you only have one hand and one arm? The way your mind thinks. If there's an arm that's amputated, you only have one hand and one arm, are you less of a person? No? Okay. So sometimes people say no. That's usually what people say is, no, I'm not less of a person. Okay, so here you can see where the mind intellectually understands that this body is not you, right? But in the heat of the moment, you're confused. The mind has misunderstanding. That's what personal existence view is. The mind's confused. It thinks this body is you. Because if this body is you, and that's the way you thoroughly knew and were confident about, when I ask you that question, if your arm is amputated and you only have one hand and one arm, are you less of a person? You would say, yes, I am less of a person. Because there's less body, so therefore there's less of a person. But rarely do people ever answer it that way. That's because intellectually you understand that this body is not you. But in the heat of the moment, when somebody says something about this body, and they're like, wow, that shirt is so beautiful on you. It brings out the colors of your eyes. Wow, I feel good. They're talking about me, right? But then when somebody says something degrading and disparaging, right, you're angry or frustrated or agitated. That's because of the mind's confusion of personal existence view. It has not yet realized non-self, that this body is not you. Okay? So here's a third way that you can independently verify this. Point to yourself. Where are you? Can you point? Where are you? Maybe everyone's realized non-self. Julie's pointing here. That's a common place, right? People will point here, people will point here. So if you point here and you say, I am here, you need to look at what you're pointing to, literally. You're pointing to a shirt, okay? So if we took off this shirt and we held it up and I pointed to it, is that me? Is that who you are? That shirt you're wearing? Is that you? Is that you? No? Okay. So let's throw the shirt away. Where are you? So we might point again. Well, what are you pointing to? Okay, we're pointing to skin. So let's rip off the skin if we could, right? Hold it up, point to it. Is that who you are? That skin you've got? Is that you? Is that you? That skin? No? That skin's not you? Okay, so let's throw that away. Where are you? Someone might point again. Well, you've got bones, you've got muscle tissue, you've got organs and fluid. None of those little bits and pieces and parts are you, right? But the mind's going to keep trying to grab onto it. It's going to keep wanting to grab onto something and say, this is who I am. And sometimes students say, well, if I'm not the body and I'm not the mind, then who am I? Well, that's the mind still grasping. It's still trying to grab onto something. Just let me hold on to something, right? I just want to be something. The mind's kind of grabbing onto something or trying to grasp to it because it's very uncomfortable for the mind to just think like, wow, like there's no I here. And that's one of the challenges that in the English language, our language is kind of unfitting to really describe what's truly going on. We will say, I am hungry. I am thirsty. I am tired. I am frustrated, right? We say all this I am. Well, that's not true reality. The true reality is that the body needs food. That's true reality. There's no I here, right? The body needs food. It's not that I am angry. It's that the mind is experiencing anger. That's what's true reality is. So in the Thai language, which has been informed by Buddhism, because Buddhism has been here for 800 to 1200 years, when you refer to yourself or the people around you, you speak in the third person. So like my son, if I say to him, I don't say, have you done your homework today? I will say, has Bailan done his homework today? Right? Or I say, David is hungry. I would like to go to the restaurant. This is how you speak in Thai. But in English, we use this word I and me a lot, right? Because we don't have that in our culture to understand Buddhist teachings. But this language of the Thai language, which was not created more than 300 to 500 years ago, it was already informed by Buddhism. People were already practicing Buddhism. So when they structured the language, they understood that this whole I, this whole me, this whole I thing, it doesn't exist. So when they speak, they tend to speak in the third person. Right. So there's more teaching here for you to understand, but this is a little bit of an introduction to it. So I'm going to pause here and open up for any questions that you guys would like to ask. If you'd like to ask questions, you can use the microphones here, or those of you guys online, you can put that into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, so would it be accurate to say that because we're a combination of so many elements, I guess, would it be accurate to say that, how can I say, like the totality of this is referred to as me, Simon?
That's what people are referring to it as. They're saying, this is me, right?
The totality.
That's what they're saying, but that's not true reality. There is no me, there is no I. There's nothing that you can point to that is truly me or I. But the mind's going to keep trying to grasp onto something and say that this is who you are. So you need to get to the point, and there's more that you need to learn, and there's more practices. That's why I devoted an entire chapter. Chapter 16 is devoted to this. This is part of the ego, the mind's ego, right? You need to get to the point where you strip all that away. And it can be very fearful. Like, say somebody is an entrepreneur and they have the idea that I am an entrepreneur, and they run all these businesses. And now the idea of, no, I'm not an entrepreneur. This being is just making decisions to pursue businesses, but that doesn't define who I am. Because now let's just say you get in a car accident or something and you can't do that anymore. You will really struggle in that situation. So when you strip all this away, that's what's going to help you to get peaceful and joyful. But there's oftentimes fear in that, because the mind feels like it's walking into the unknown. And that's where the mind needs to get comfortable. And that's why I just introduce it here. It's not until chapter 16 that I really go into it in a lot of detail and give you the exact practices to strip away this idea of a self. Amen.
Thank you, teacher. Yeah, it's very interesting teaching. Last night I watched this comedy from the UK, which I've watched it before, and I always get a good belly laugh out of it, and I'm laughing out loud watching this thing. And then this morning my alarm clock goes off, and I remember that I'm coming here because yesterday was good, and I thought I'm going to come back here again. What's laughing? What's remembering? These things.
That's the mind. The mind itself.
But what prompts the mind to see this thing repetitively that makes me laugh and makes me think that I'm stimulated by a certain teaching that I should do that again? What's making that happen?
It's the mind itself. So there's a body and there's a mind, and the combination of these two things, the Buddha refers to as a person. Some people call this the observer. So the person is like the adult in the room that's looking at the mind, and the person is saying, hey mind, you need to get over here and get some training, and let's get to enlightenment. And the mind's like, no, I don't want to get to enlightenment. I want to stay here and frolic around in the world, be complacent, do all these unwise things. Like, no, I don't want to do that. And the person needs to look at the mind and say, no, you got to get over here and get some training. So everything's truly happening in the mind. That's like the CPU of this being. That's the central thing. Everything's being experienced through the mind. The body is just the employee, where the mind is the boss. So the body is taking in light through the eyes, sound through the ears, and so forth and so on, odors through the nose. And the mind is what's processing all of that, and now experiencing a certain feeling because of it. Okay, let me see if you guys have any questions online.
David,
you have
just
a question? Yes, sir.
two questions. The first one is ego.
Mm-hmm.
Is legacy ego? If you want to leave a legacy, so something not in the financial component, but words of wisdom or things like that.
It really depends. If the mind is arrogant and prideful about that, that's the ego. That's the conceit. Whereas if it's just like, no, I would like to leave behind some things that other people can benefit from, and I'm doing this out of loving kindness and compassion, this can be just fine. So it's not the action itself of leaving something behind. It's how the mind thinks about this. If the mind's doing it in a boastful, arrogant, prideful way, that's the ego. Mm-hmm.
And then the second is, for discontentedness is, if you wake up in the morning, I guess, from a Western perspective, hey, you're alive. Mm-hmm. You've got the day in front of you. How does that fit in this? You got, the world's your oyster. Do what you want with it, but you're alive. You have that choice to do, or the choice to do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's just looking at the world in a positive way and realizing that what you experience in life is a result of your decisions. So that's, going to promote improved decision making, rather than like being degrading or diminished or pessimistic about the outlook of your day. Okay. You can wake up with a positive attitude, like, sweet, I'm alive. Mm-hmm. Let's go make some things happen in the world.
So the optimism and pessimism, again, you don't know, it's not permanent. Nothing is permanent at that point. But would that fit into discontentedness, or is just living life, that third part, non-self? There is no permanent self.
Optimism and pessimism is kind of like a category of grouping certain thoughts and feelings into a category, but it's not a feeling itself. It's more of a mental state. And being an optimist is more of a mental state that then precipitates these types of things, and being pessimistic is a mental state that precipitates these kinds of things, certain thoughts and ideas and actions because of that, but it's not a feeling itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Arturo?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have two questions. The first one is about conditioned feelings. And sometimes, particularly when I'm coming out of meditation, or I've spent some time with people who meditate, etc., I experience this kind of state of sort of calm joy. And there's a word in Italian that is commozione, which is like being moved by things. Right, so you feel like, for example, even when I'm walking down like the street here in Thailand, I don't know, sometimes I have this feeling of like deep alignment and just, I guess, contentedness. I don't know if you can call it that. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder, is this a sort of conditioned feeling, or is that something that is more to do with like the mind feeling like, okay, this is something like right concentration or right mindfulness? How do we distinguish kind of between the two, whether it's just a response to, it's just a pleasant feeling rather than something else?
Okay. So if it is something you're experiencing because of something, that is conditioned. So like you started off, you said, when I spend time with meditators and people who are functioning in this way, I experience this. That means it's conditional. That if you spend time with other people that were into other things, you wouldn't experience that same thing. So whenever you're feeling something based on something, that is conditioned. And that's ultimately what you're looking to get away from. You're looking to get to the point where you're always joyful, always peaceful. It doesn't matter who you're around, who you're with, what you're experiencing. Now, you'll still make choices wisely to be around people who are doing wholesome things and into wholesome things. But if you happen to, say, join a tour group and there's a bunch of people using profanity and disgruntled and angry and frustrated, you can maintain your joy. As opposed to in the unenlightened state, maybe someone hears that stuff and now they get upset and frustrated and feels like it ruined a whole tour, where in reality it was their own mind that did that. Because not everyone's going to be speaking in wise ways in the world, but the mind's going to crave that I don't want to hear profanity, and now if I hear it, I'm going to be upset, and if I don't hear it, I'll be happy, right? So if there's ever a situation where you're experiencing something because of this, in terms of a feeling, that is conditional.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm making like 100% sense, because it's a bit difficult to describe, but it's just a sense of, like, for example, I guess just love for humanity, I guess you can call it that, or just a feeling of like feeling the beauty of like just being alive or being in the world, regardless of what is actually happening around me. But it's just, I think, a mental state that sometimes I experience, and it's and I don't know, like, is this, like, for example, brought on by the fact that I'm in a place that I like Thailand, for example? I'm not really sure where it's coming from, but I just feel like this joy that is not euphoric, it's not excitement, but it's just a deep feeling of like, I guess joy is the word that comes to mind. I don't know how else to describe it.
When I describe joy, I describe it as unconditioned, right? Because it's an unconditioned mental state that the mind is just joyful without any condition needing to be met. And if that's what you're experiencing, then that's unconditional joy, that there doesn't need to be any condition met, and the mind is just experiencing joy. This is a mental state versus a feeling. What you'll notice is, as you're training your mind and you're peeling back the pollution, the qualities of enlightenment will start shining through little by little. And you'll get glimpses of these mental states, these unconditioned mental states, where it's either on or off. Happiness and conditioned feelings, they will arise, they will change, and you'll see them fade away. But if it's unconditioned, it'll either be on or off. And now, maybe you wake up in the morning and it's like the mind is just joyful for no reason whatsoever. It's just joyful. But now you're going through your day and one of your cravings get triggered, and now your anger comes in and the joy is completely gone. It's like in an instant. It doesn't arise, change, or fade away. It just in an instant is gone. But then once you get rid of that craving and you move that out of the mind, the joy can come back in. It's kind of like the light bulb is flickering. So you can experience these kinds of things. It's not yet permanent joy, but you're getting glimpses of that. Sometimes people experience that, or I should say, everybody experiences that on their way to enlightenment. If you're making your way to enlightenment, because you're not going to just be disgruntled and angry and frustrated, and just one day a light switch flips, and now all of a sudden you're completely peaceful for the rest of your life. You start seeing these qualities start shining through, and that might be what you're experiencing, is some of these unconditioned mental qualities shining through. But they won't be based on any condition. They'll just be either present in the mind, or they won't be in the mind. They'll just be on or off.
Yeah, I think what I experience is that sometimes there are sort of contexts that make that somehow possible or more likely to happen. Like if I spend time meditating, for example, then, or generally when I'm in Thailand, I do feel that is more conducive generally to, it's not that it doesn't happen elsewhere, but so and the second question is more about...
Can I just mention something?
Yeah.
So the meditation, the breathing mindfulness meditation that you've learned with me, that's knocking down the craving, desire, attachment, along with promoting other wholesome qualities. So that is common for people that when they've been meditating, they're knocking down the cravings, getting all that pollution out of the way, and the unconditioned joy and other unconditioned mental qualities like love in the mind. That's a mental quality. It's not a feeling. True love is actually a mental quality. Those things that you're mentioning, those can peer through more when you're regularly meditating, because you're getting more of the pollution out of the mind. You can experience more of these unconditional qualities. And ultimately, when you get enough of that pollution out of the mind, they will be permanent and they will just always be in the mind.
Yeah, maybe that's what's happening, I think. And then the second question was more about addiction. You were mentioning, for example, what happens in AA meetings and stuff. And my partner had issues with alcohol. And something that I struggle, I have to say, to understand it, because I've personally never experienced that in my life. But he said, I know that I could never, for example, go back to having even one glass of wine, because I know that if I have one, it's going to be the whole bottle. And he's saying that even though he's been like sober for 7-8 years now. And so I wonder, do you think that is the mind holding to that idea that no, I can't just go near alcohol at all? Or do you think that by working on the mind you can come to a place where it's not black and white, you can just enjoy alcohol for what it is in moderation or whatever? Or do you think that that's wise not to ever go back there? I just wonder, I just would like to understand how, I think addiction is something that I think I am addicted but in other ways. I just struggle to understand that specific form of addiction to substances. Yeah,
substances in any amount is going to promote heedlessness in the mind, and it's wise to never touch substances, but of course we do because of our cravings. What heedlessness is where there's unattentiveness, unalertness, unawareness of mind, and as soon as you put that into the body, it's taking your mind in the opposite direction of enlightenment. And you can oftentimes make a lot of unwise decisions when the mind is heedless. So we're going to be talking about this today. We're going to be talking about it tomorrow as well, that it's better for your partner to not ever touch a drink. That's wise for everybody, in fact, not just people who have had addictions in the past, but the way that I started viewing these things is like poison, like putting poison into the body. And why would we do this to ourselves? So ultimately, if you're looking to get to the level of clarity that an enlightened being has, there would be no need to ingest alcohol because your mind is so peaceful and so joyful. For anybody who's experienced a high with any kind of substances, the enlightened mind is beyond all of that. So if people enjoy drugs and alcohol and things like this, if they get to enlightenment, they will thoroughly enjoy that mental state way more than anything they ever experienced through a substance. But you can never get to that if you stay tied to the substance. Even once a month or once every 6 months, the mind is still looking for something external to provide internal feelings and pleasures, where by the time you get to enlightenment, you've purged all that and your mind is just in that natural state of peace and joy always, without needing a external thing in order to promote that. Mm-hmm.
And is the substance the conditioned feeling? It's the catalyst for a conditioned feeling?
Yeah. And that's why we chase the substances, because typically someone will feel bad, they'll feel miserable. Like say you come home from a hard day at work and you went outside to work, you had all these, you're going to learn in a minute, craving, desire, attachment that weren't getting fulfilled. And you started experiencing all these painful feelings like anger, sadness, and frustration. And someone comes home from work and they're like, the way to solve this is to turn to drugs or alcohol. And now what they're trying to do is get out of those painful feelings, which feels very uncomfortable for them. And they're trying to get to something that feels somewhat comfortable, which is now the pleasant feelings. But this is keeping the problem going, because the whole reason why you're in the painful feelings is because of the craving, desire, attachment. And now you're turning to another craving, desire, attachment to get to the pleasant feelings. And now when that is no longer there, when the alcohol is no longer there, the mind's pleasant feelings are gone, you end up back in the painful feelings because you haven't dealt with the original problem that I'm going to now teach you about.
So you haven't dealt with the root cause. So, for example, instead of substance, let's say someone goes into running. Mm-hmm. It's just another form of some solution to address that pleasant feeling, but they still haven't addressed the root cause of the problem.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to talk about now, is the root cause. Mm-hmm.
There's one word that isn't up there that I tend to struggle with, and it's and I'm wondering where it fits in, and it's ignorance. So I can sit here in Thailand today unfinding myself, and unfinding, finding that non-permanent self, I suppose. And it's a pleasant feeling. Sitting here, the aircon's great, this is where I want to be. But it's that ignorance to the world and that painful feeling of the injustice that's happening that I can sit here today and feel happy about. But in my if I think about it, it's debilitating.
Yeah. You're going to hear now where that's all coming from. Okay. All right. So, yeah, you have a question? Yep.
Discontentedness. I just have a quick question. So sometimes my mind can get very overstimulated, and when I'm meditating, I prefer it probably like most people, complete silence, but I'm aware that that's not realistic. But little things. So, for example, if I was in a room with a ticking clock and it's tick, 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 I just have to take the battery out. It'll drive me crazy. Or if there's a dog outside barking, and if it's a sound and it just happens and goes, that's fine. But if it's something constant, I'll just sit there for 20 minutes getting really tense, thinking about that dog barking and focusing on the sound of the bark, and it really detracts me from. I find that really difficult if there's a constant sound going on. If it's a one-off, that's fine. But that constant sound of a ticking clock or a dog barking, it will just make me feel so tense and take me completely away from where I want to be. So how do you deal with that? I find that really difficult.
So I'm going to explain it to you now. The Eightfold Path is what's going to fix this. It's not the dog. It's not the clock. It's something else. So let me explain it to you guys. The Eightfold Path is going to help you fix that. Okay? So now, one more building block before we get to the Four Noble Truths. This is called craving, desire, attachment, wants and expectation, grasping, clinging, holding. This is the mind longing, yearning, wanting things to be a certain way. Thinking that the next new shiny object waiting around a corner is going to provide lasting satisfaction. The mind is chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing. It's pulling in the direction of the objects of its affection. It's almost like an unquenchable thirst. The mind wanting things to be a certain way. Okay, so if you've ever been in the mall, walking through the mall, and you saw a brand new pair of shoes in the window, and you were like, oh, brand new pair of shoes. Oh, I can't wait to get that. Oh, I want to get those on my feet. That's the craving, desire, attachment. Not the shoes, not the object, but the mind longing, yearning for the object. Because now if you go into the store and they have your size, oh, you're so happy they got your size shoe. But if you go in and they don't have it, you'll be frustrated, agitated, or annoyed, right? Or say there's some piece of jewelry or a new shirt or a video game or a mobile phone or something like this. The mind is going to long and yearn for this. The mind is thinking that, oh, if I can just get more money, that's going to make my life so much better. Let me just get that money, or let me get a new house, or let me get a bigger car. Let me get a boyfriend or girlfriend. That'll fix everything. Let me get a boyfriend or girlfriend. That'll fix everything. That's the craving, desire, attachment. Again, not the object itself, but it's the way that the mind's longing, yearning for it. Okay, do you guys know what I'm talking about? You experienced this? Okay. All right, so now I'm going to explain to you the Four Noble Truths, because now we have all the building blocks. The first Noble Truth is going to explain the problem. The second Noble Truth is the cause of that problem. The third Noble Truth is explaining the elimination of it. And the fourth Noble Truth is explaining the solution of how to fix it. Okay, so the first Noble Truth is explaining the problem. Everyone that is unenlightened will experience discontentedness. This is the problem that the Buddha discovered in the mind, that the mind's going up and down, up and down. It's unstable, it's unsteady, it's all shaken up. Okay, so this is the problem, the discontentedness. That's the problem. Those conditioned feelings. The mind's happy for a period of time, but then it's sad and frustrated. But now it's shy and embarrassed. Oh, but then it's euphoric and thrilled. Oh, but then I'm frustrated and angry and annoyed again. Oh, now I'm stressed and anxiety. The mind's like bouncing around, right? You'll have periods of peace here and there, but it's only a matter of time before your mind bounces up and down. That's the problem. It's unstable, it's unsteady. Now, the second Noble Truth is explaining the cause. Discontentedness is caused by our own cravings, desires, attachments, because the mind wants everything to be permanent when everything in the world is impermanent. I'm going to say that a few times and I'm going to give you some examples. The discontentedness, the conditioned pleasant feelings, painful feelings, neither painful nor pleasant, are caused by the craving, the desire, the longing, the yearning, the wanting things to be a certain way. The mind wants things to be permanent when in reality everything around them is impermanent. Okay, so here's some examples. Think back to that boyfriend or girlfriend that you had. When you guys first got together, you were probably so happy, so excited. Oh, there's someone showing interest in you. You're having conversations. You're going to the park. You're going to the movies. You're going out to dinner. Maybe you're having intimate contact with each other, sexual contact. Oh, so pleasurable. Oh, so wonderful. Everything's so great, right? all these conditioned pleasant feelings. But then over time, your expectations grow, and this person can't meet your expectations all the time. Their expectations grow, and you can't meet their expectations all the time. And now you guys get disgruntled, and you break up, right? And now maybe you're sad, you're frustrated, you're angry, maybe you're lonely or bored. Maybe you start missing this person. This isn't your love that's causing this, or your care, or your concern. What it is the mind's holding on. It's craving permanence, wanting this relationship to be permanent, when in reality it is impermanent. It was always impermanent. Even if you guys were together for the rest of your lives, one of you would have most likely died first. And then when your mind's holding on, you're going to experience the discontent feelings because the mind's craving permanence. So you can also see this with like grandma and grandpa. Like say grandma and grandpa die, right? Or mom or dad or brothers or sisters or friends. If you grieved and you were sorrowful, you're not a bad person. You haven't done anything wrong there. It's just that the mind is holding on. It's craving permanence. If the mind gets what it wants, which is grandma and grandpa's alive, then you feel happy or excited. But if the mind doesn't get what it wants, it's going to be angry or frustrated or sad or some other discontent feeling. The mind's holding on and craving permanence. You can sometimes see this at a wedding. When you go to a wedding, you might see people grieving or sorrowful, right? This is because brother or sister or somebody close to you is getting married. They're going off into the world with someone else. And the mind thinks, that's my friend. That's my brother. That's my sister. How dare you take this person away from me, right? This ceremony is them going off into the world. They are impermanent in your life. They are not going to be with you permanently. And now mom or dad, grandma, grandpa, brothers or sisters are grieving at this wedding. If you can think back to when you got dropped off at school, maybe like when you first went to school or you got dropped off at university or something like that, maybe you or mom or dad was crying, right? Maybe grieving, right? This is the mind craving permanence. You go off into the world at the age of 3, 4, 5 years old, and you thought mom and dad were permanent and you were holding on to them. And now you go off to school and you're sad or frustrated or some other emotion is coming up. This is the craving for permanence, thinking that the things around you are permanent, when in reality you live in an impermanent world. Here's another example that doesn't involve relationships. Maybe you can see it more clear here. Say you bought a brand new car. You've been saving up for this car. It's like your favorite car. You've always been wanting to get this car, and you're driving off the parking lot of the car, and your friends are seeing you like, hey, look at her. She's so successful. Look at him. Wow, he's got a new car. You're feeling so proud driving this new car through the streets of your town. You park it at the store. You go inside, you buy something, and you come outside and there's a scratch on your car. Oh my goodness, right? You may be so upset, so frustrated. It's not the scratch that's causing that. And it's not the person who scratched your car. What's causing it is your mind is craving permanence, wanting this car to look permanently beautiful, when in reality, this car is impermanent. Now, we're not talking about what's wise or unwise, because when we walk through a parking lot, we aspire to never scratch anybody's car. That's why we walk, through the parking lot in a certain way, right? But the fact is that this car is impermanent. The paint's going to fade. There's going to get scratches on the paint. The tires are going to need to be changed. The upholstery is going to get ripped and torn. This car is impermanent. It's only a matter of time before it deteriorates. But if your mind is craving permanence, when you see that impermanence, you'll be frustrated or agitated or annoyed, right? This is the mind craving permanence. So you can look at your life and see situations that you've encountered, and you can independently verify this for yourself. Because remember, you're not interested in believing me, right? I could give you example after example after example, right? But you need to see this for yourself. Look at your own life. Look at a time when you've recently been angry or frustrated. Maybe it was this morning. Maybe it was yesterday. Maybe it was last week. Look at that situation with these fresh eyes, because what the mind will tend to do is it will tend to blame other people for what you're experiencing. And you will tend to push people away, be bitter, harsh, and hostile with them. You might put your expectations on them. These are the things that the mind does. But look at the situation. What was it that your mind wanted? What were you longing and yearning for? And if you would have got it, you would have been happy. But since you didn't get it, you were frustrated, agitated, or annoyed. Can you see it? Can you see it? Right? So you can independently verify what I'm sharing with you. It's your own mind that's causing these feelings. Because what the mind thinks when it lacks wisdom of the second noble truth is it thinks the problem's external. So when that anger is arising, it feels very uncomfortable. It feels very painful. So you will tend to push people away, or you will push the situation away. This is called aversion. But you can see that this didn't work, because otherwise you would be peaceful. When you push that family member or that friend out of your life, if they were the true cause of your anger, when you push them out of your life, you would be peaceful and joyful from that point forward. You would no longer be angry ever. But that wasn't the true problem. So when you push them away, that's not the true cause of the problem. So you still get angry. Or the second thing you might do is you might be bitter, harsh, and hostile to people through your intentions, your speech, and your actions. It's almost like an animal growling and roaring at another animal, trying to fear that person into doing things your way. Because the mind's trying to get its cravings fulfilled. The mind thinks, if I can just get this person to do things my way, then everything will be good. Right? And you just growl and roar and harsh and bitter with this person. Or the third thing you might do is you might put your expectations on this person, trying to control them and pressuring them and forcing them to do things your way. The mind thinks, if I can just get my cravings fulfilled, everything will be perfect, right? But you can't do this with 8 billion people in the world, because if you're constantly pushing people away, being bitter, harsh, and hostile, putting expectations on people, you're going to be pretty lonely in this world, because people aren't going to be interested in being around you. You're going to have a lot of disharmony in your relationships. So there is this better way of life that the Buddha taught, is to be able to see that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. And if you're having trouble seeing this, let me know when we get to the question period, because I'll help you to see it. I've had students say to me before, hey, David, I went to work the other day and my house looked beautiful. And when I went to work, I came home and my wife had this craft project all over the house. And I got frustrated when I walked in. How did my mind cause that? Didn't my wife cause me to be frustrated? She's the one who put this craft project all over the house. She's the one who messed up the house. Didn't she cause me to be frustrated? And the answer is no. You went to work with a craving and an expectation, wanting your house to look a certain way permanently. And when you came home, you experienced impermanence, and your mind didn't like that. You were craving permanence, and now you saw this craft project and you got frustrated. So another way to say this is that the mind craves permanence, or you can say that the mind does not like impermanence. It does not like change, right? If you think about your life, when things were changing, that was some of the hardest times in your life, even if you chose for that change to occur. Maybe you changed living locations, you changed jobs, you changed boyfriends or girlfriends or things like this. Those were times where you were struggling the most, because the mind does not like impermanence. It doesn't like change. So when this person came home and they saw everything had changed, their mind didn't like that and they were frustrated. They wanted their house to look a certain way permanently, and it's just not possible. Right? So this is the cause of the problem, the cravings, desires, attachments. Well, the third noble truth is explaining the elimination of this discontentedness, the elimination of this problem is possible by eliminating the cause, by eliminating the craving, desire, attachments. If you can eliminate the longing, the yearning, the wanting for things to be a certain way, the expectation of things to be a certain way, you can get to peace and joy, where you can navigate the world peacefully, making wise decisions. So the way to eliminate your discontentedness is to eliminate the cause, which is the craving, desires, attachments. And the way to do that is in the fourth noble truth. The path to eliminating discontentedness is the Eightfold Path. The Eightfold Path is the complete, perfect plan that is going to teach you how to eliminate your longing, yearning, and craving for things to be a certain way. And it starts with right view. What right view is to have the right view that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings, that it's your own cravings, desires, attachments. Wrong view would be to blame other people for what it is that you're experiencing, or blame some external thing. That's wrong view. As long as you have wrong view, you will never be able to get rid of your anger and your frustration. You will always experience that because you're looking in the wrong place. This is where sometimes people go out into the world and they try to change other people, thinking that's going to lead to their peacefulness, right? So when you have other people that are doing things in an unwise way, you can't solve your anger through fixing them, right? You have to train your mind to let go of wanting and expecting and longing, yearning for things to be a certain way. And that's where right view is the foundation that you're building all the rest of your practice on. So right view is to have the right view of the world, that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. And you can see this through your own independent verification. And this can sometimes be a bit emotional when you first have this breakthrough to be able to see this, because you can look back over the course of your life, every argument you've ever been in, every time you've ever been angry or frustrated, it was your own mind causing it all along. I'm sure you were in arguments adamantly trying to convince people that they had to stop doing what they were doing, or else you were going to continue to get angry. And they actually weren't the ones causing your anger. Now, they could have been doing something unwise. They surely could have been doing something unwise, but that's not what was causing your anger or frustration, right? It was your own mind that was doing this, right? So this can be really empowering, because once you understand that it's your own mind causing these feelings, then it's like, sweet, that means I can eliminate them. Let's get to work, right? That's what the rest of the path is all about. Okay, so now we're going to move from right view. Actually, let me pause here, see if you guys have any questions before I go on beyond right view. Do you guys have any questions on the Four Noble Truths? Yeah? You have a question? Go for it. Yeah.
From the chart you just had, I just wanted to make sure, I noticed that it's right view is at the base. I'm assuming that's the foundation we need to build first and then build up from there.
Yes.
Okay. So
and you're not mastering one before you move on to the other.
Okay.
Because it's like the 8 dials of the speaker system and you're tweaking them all. Okay. But yeah, that's the foundation. If you don't understand it's your own mind causing these feelings, why would you do anything? Okay. You know, you're perfect. It's everyone else that's causing the issues in your mind. They should be here, not you, right? Yes. That's what the ego will want to tell an individual. But yeah, this is the foundation. You need to be able to understand it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. So that's why this is the first teaching the Buddha ever shared, is the Four Noble Truths. And that's where everybody needs to start on the path.
Thanks.
You're fine? Okay. All right. So now let's move into right intention. So right intention, it's not going to take me the same amount of time to teach you every step. Right view takes a long time because I need to build you up and make sure you can see it. But all the rest of these are pretty straightforward. So here, right intention, this is the second step on the Eightfold Path. The Buddha says, in what, monks, is right intention? The intention of renunciation, the intention of non-ill will, the intention of harmlessness. This, monks, is called right intention. Some people call this right thinking or right thought, because this is something you need to promote in your mind. You need to have these 3 intentions. The intention of renunciation, which is the willingness to let go, give up your false beliefs, your false opinions, your false views, and your unwholesomeness. There's certain false opinions and certain false beliefs that you have in your mind right now that aren't serving you well at all. One of the first false beliefs that you need to eliminate out of your mind is the belief that other people are causing you to be angry. That's one of the first things you need to be willing to let go of. That's what renunciation means, that you're willing to let go. Because if you didn't have the intention of renunciation, that means you have a closed mind, you're disinterested in hearing or seeing anything. You're not willing to let go of the unwholesome things that you're currently doing. So you need to have this intention or this thinking or this thought, this willingness to let go and renunciate of the false ideas, the false beliefs, opinions and views. But you're not bringing in new beliefs in order to replace your old beliefs. That's not what the teachings of the Buddha are. You're bringing in wisdom. And when you see that this wisdom conflicts with your beliefs, you got to be willing to let go of those beliefs. And now you have the wisdom to understand true reality, right? So you need to be able to have this intention of renunciation where you're willing to let go of your false beliefs, opinions, and views, your unwholesomeness. There's certain unwholesome things that you're doing right now that you're going to need to be willing to let go of. So that's an intention or a thinking or a thought that you need to cultivate in your mind, that you have an open mind and you're willing to bring in these new things. Then you need to have the intention of non-ill will. What non-ill will is this is a double negative. So in English, when you have a double negative, it's a positive. So you need to have the intention of goodwill. What goodwill is active goodwill towards all beings, a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. This is loving kindness, is what we refer to this as. Then the opposite of that would be the animosity, the bitterness, the anger, the hatred, and all those lesser versions like frustration, agitation, and annoyance. So you would like to have this genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, because that connects in with the next one, which is the intention of harmlessness. Because anytime you cause harm, harm is going to come back to you. So if you're walking around with the intention of being harmful, and that's what you're putting out, through your intentions, your speech, and your actions, then that harm is going to just keep coming back to you. So how could you ever get to a peaceful and joyful mind and a peaceful and joyful life if you keep experiencing all this harm that keeps coming back to you over and over and over again? So you need to get to the point where you're being harmless. You have the intention of harmlessness where you're disinterested or incapable of causing harm to others. And that's going to help promote the mental state that you need to now bring into place all the other steps of the Eightfold Path. This is the wisdom section of the Eightfold Path. So just as a little recap, and then I'll open up to questions, is the Four Noble Truths is right view. What right view is the Four Noble Truths, which involves accepting responsibility for your own feelings, your intentions, your speech, and your actions. As long as you go around blaming other people for what you experience in life, you'll never fix anything about what's going on in your life, because it's everyone else that's causing what I'm experiencing. This isn't about fault. It's not about blame. It's not about guilt or anything like that. It's just about seeing true reality of what's truly happening in our life. And the feelings that you experience, the day-to-day things that you experience, it's all coming from decisions that you make. And when you accept responsibility and accountability for that, then if there's anything that you don't particularly care for, you just cultivate wisdom, make different decisions, and you will experience different results. But if you don't accept responsibility for what you're experiencing, you can never do that. You can never cultivate wisdom, make different decisions, and experience different results. Then there's right intention, which is practicing the intention of renunciation, be willingness to let go of your false beliefs, your false opinions and views, your unwholesomeness, the intention of non-ill will, or having the intention of goodwill, a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, and the intention of harmlessness, where you're disinterested or incapable of causing harm. So the way that you practice this right view is that now and forever, whenever you're discontent, whenever you're frustrated, agitated, annoyed, any of those discontent feelings, rather than looking external to blame somebody else, you look inward. You're like, what is my mind craving here? What am I longing and yearning for? Because when you can get to that, where you start looking inward, you'll discover what your cravings are, and then you can let them go, right? So the way to practice right view, once you intellectually understand it, and then you've reflected on it to see that it's true, the way that you practice it is you start looking inward whenever you're experiencing discontentedness. Because what your mind's going to want to do is blame other people. That's what it's going to want to do. It's going to want to push people away. It's going to want to be bitter, harsh, and hostile, or it's going to want to put expectations on people. Or you might want to push the situation away, right? But instead, if you're wise, you will look inward and figure out, what is my mind longing and yearning for here? What is the craving that it's having? What is the permanence that it wants? And oftentimes early in practice, it's multiple things. It's usually not just one thing. The stronger the emotions are, the more things that you're typically craving. Okay? So do you guys have any questions on the wisdom section? Right view, right intention? Okay, let me check online here. All right. I don't see any questions anywhere. So it's 10 minutes. Oh, you have a question? Go ahead, Emin.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a question, but causing ill will and things like that. When I think back of resentment and things like that, and ill thinking, which I can have, and some of it harks back to sort of childhood, I question why I would hang on to that rigidly. It serves me no good. Only I choose to be unhappy in that way. And hanging on to those kind of resentments and things like that is such a destructive pattern, I think, I think I'm relatively sane, maybe. I may be as mad as a box of frogs, I don't know. But why would a relatively sane person choose to hang on to something that will keep me ill in a way?
Yeah, it comes back to the lack of wisdom that the mind has. The mind has this lack of wisdom, or this unknowing of true reality, the confusion, the misunderstanding. The mind thinks that if I hold on to this resentment, I'm getting back at that person. That's typically what the mind's thinking. And that's a lack of wisdom. The mind doesn't realize that it's actually causing harm to itself. It's kind of like holding on to a hot coal and trying to burn somebody else with it. But the mind doesn't realize that's what it's doing, right? So because of its lack of wisdom and its lack of training, the mind can't let go. The mind clings and holds on. So because it lacks wisdom, that it's harmful to itself, because the mind has been untrained, it's not disciplined, it continues to hold on, and now you just keep experiencing those same feelings and emotions over and over and over again. But now what happens is you get the wisdom to realize, no, this is silly for me to hold on to this resentment. And the mind, even though you intellectually understand you need to let it go, the mind can't let it go by itself. That's why you need the training of the mental discipline section that we're going to talk about once we come back from break. We're going to talk about the moral conduct and the mental discipline, because that's what's going to allow you to let it go. This first part, the wisdom section, is just helping you realize what you need to do. And now I'm going to teach you how to actually do it when we come back from break. Okay, so it's basically about 10 minutes to 11. Let's take a 20-minute break. That'll take us to 10 minutes after 11. Enjoy your break, and then I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. Okay, thank you guys for your questions. Thanks for the discussion. Okay, I'm going to pick this up where we left off, moving from right intention into right speech, right action, and right livelihood. This is the moral conduct section of the Eightfold Path, and then later we're going to move into the mental discipline section, because that's what's going to allow you to put everything else into place. Whenever you're learning anything from the Buddha about moral conduct, it's important to understand what he's teaching you is the natural law of karma, of cause and effect, or action and result. These aren't rules, these aren't commandments, these aren't anything to guilt, shame, or fear anyone into, or convince anybody that they should or shouldn't be doing. These are the natural laws that the Buddha is going to be teaching you. He's going to help you see that it's your life, it's your decisions, and it's your results, and how you interact in the world through your moral conduct is going to produce a certain effect and certain results. And when you lack wisdom of this natural law, you're going to tend to make unwise decisions, right? Just like with the natural law of gravity, like we were talking about yesterday, we made unwise decisions. We fell down, we hit our head, we broke our toys, because we just didn't understand what we didn't understand. And the same thing is true when it comes to this natural law of karma, of cause and effect, or action and result, that if the mind is unawake to it, if it lacks the wisdom of this natural law, you will tend to make unwise decisions and you'll experience unwholesome results. And that's where an individual might tend to blame other people. But once you've accepted responsibility and you can see that it's your own mind that's causing these things, the last thing you're interested in doing is being bitter and harsh and hostile to someone, because that anger is coming from your own mind. It's not coming from other people. So I'm going to help you to understand this cause and effect of your moral conduct, because it's your life, it's your decisions, and your results. And you can get to the point where you're wisely conducting yourself in the world and having harmonious relationships with everyone around you. So this starts with right speech. The Buddha says, "And what, monks, is right speech? Refraining from lying, refraining from slander, refraining from harsh speech, refraining from frivolous speech. This is called right speech." So each one of these four things is based in craving, desire, attachment. Because remember, the Eightfold Path is designed to eliminate craving, desire, attachment, because that's what's causing the discontent feelings. So he's teaching you this because it's wise to practice this, but it's unwise to practice these things because they're based in craving, desire, attachment. And whenever you're making decisions based in craving, desire, attachment, it's going to produce unwholesome results for you. So for example, lying. We've all lied growing up as children. We lied, maybe even as an adult. We might have lied, right? So when you lie, remember, you're not believing this. When you lie, you can see it produces unwholesome results for you, that people discover those lies. They figure it out, and then they consider you to be unreliable and undependable. They don't see you to be trustworthy. And now at work, when there's a certain project going on and the boss can staff you on a certain project, they're going to choose to staff the individuals who are loyal and trustworthy and responsible. They're not going to trust somebody who would potentially be lying. So you can see that it's wise to tell the truth, right? That whenever we've lied, if we've done a lot of lying, you know that your mind was like obsessively trying to figure out what you said to one person versus what you said to another person, what you said to another person. And how can you get to peace and joy if your mind's kind of obsessively trying to figure out what you said from person to person to person? Where lying comes from is it comes from the mind's craving, right? That the mind is craving something, and if it tells the truth, it's not going to get it. So it lies in order to try to get what it wants, right? So when you eliminate your lying, you're eliminating a certain portion of your cravings, desires, attachments. Then there's slander. What slander is like gossip or diminishing other people, degrading people's reputation, spreading rumors around. Even if things are true, it would be unwise to go out there and slander people, because when you harm people, when you harm their reputation, they're going to want to harm you back, right? At the height of this, people have gotten murdered, right? Like an investigative reporter getting on the news, reporting something. This is slander. And this is why sometimes they show up dead, right? And I'm not sharing with you the way the world should be. I'm explaining to you the way the world is. If you go out into the world gossiping and slandering about people, damaging their reputation, you're going to experience harm coming back to you. At the very least, the people that you're gossiping and slandering with, when your back is turned, they're going to be gossiping and slandering about you. It's only a matter of time, because you get their mind used to gossiping and slandering, and now when you turn away from it, they're going to be gossiping and slandering about you. It's kind of like an individual goes into a room and they've got a candle and somebody else has got a candle, and it's like, if I can put out somebody else's candle, it'll make my candle shine brighter. right? This is what the mind's doing when it has slander, right? But instead, we're in this dark room together. Let's all have candles lit. We don't need to diminish somebody else. We don't need to put out their candle in order to get a brighter room. We'd like everybody's candle to be shining bright, right? So slandering and gossiping is unwise because you're going to experience unwholesome results. And it comes from craving. The mind's craving to look good in front of other people. And the mind thinks, if I diminish this person, I will look better, right? And this isn't actually true. You actually don't look good at all, and you're going to experience those unwholesome results. Then there's harsh speech. Harsh speech is like your tone, your tempo, and your word choice, where it's bitter and harsh and hostile or aggressive. This is the mind's craving, wanting this person to do things a certain way, and it speaks harsh and aggressive and hostile, thinking that that's going to get their cravings fulfilled. So you might do this with your life partner or your children or the people around you, your family members, where the mind's being harsh and bitter and hostile. And that's all based in craving, and it's going to drive people away from you. So you're going to need to learn how to speak gently. Then there's frivolous speech. What this is like unpurposeful, unbeneficial speech, where it's not clear, it's not concise, it's just random chit chat. It's like idle chatter. If you've ever been around somebody, or if you've ever done this, where it's just like yada 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 yada, it's like, oh my goodness, this isn't a conversation. This is like broadcasting. Somebody's like broadcasting to you, right? So if you're doing those kinds of things, people are going to tune you out. They're not going to be interested in talking with you. And this is based in craving, that the mind just wants to talk. So you would like to be purposeful. You'd like to be beneficial. You'd like to be clear and concise when you're speaking. And that's going to make sure that you can be most effective in the community that you're in. So this top level of right speech is eliminating lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. And that might be where you hang out for a while. And that's going to knock down your cravings, desires, attachments. That's going to really help you to experience more peace and more joy and more fulfilling and satisfying relationships in your day-to-day life. But then you would like to take it a deeper level. This is a level of speech that is connected into the Eightfold Path. This 5 factors of well-spoken speech, it's not part of the Eightfold Path, but it's one of those connected teachings. As I shared, the Eightfold Path is a core central teaching, and then there's other things that connect into it. So here the Buddha expands it, and he talks about speaking at the proper time, what you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. Speaking at the proper time is ensuring that you're not interrupting people. That's one part of it, right? Because you don't like it when people interrupt you. So if you went around interrupting people all the time, people are going to be disinterested in associating with you. And there's a craving there that the mind just wants to speak and is trying to jump in on somebody, right? So you would like to speak at the proper time when someone else isn't speaking. Another part of speaking the proper time is making sure your mind is prepared to speak. If you're angry, if you're frustrated, if you're agitated or annoyed, your mind's causing that. It would be really unwise for you to speak during that time. You're just going to be bitter and harsh and hostile. It's going to come out through your speech, and now you're going to damage your relationship. So if your mind isn't the proper time to speak, just step away from the conversation and have that conversation another time. No need to keep talking. It's not the proper time. The third aspect of speaking the proper time is making sure the other person's mind, it's the proper time for them, right? Like say you got a notice in the mail that you're late on your rent and you haven't paid your rent and you've got 3 days to pay it, or else you're going to get kicked out of your place. And now your life partner comes home from a hard day at work, right away jumping on them and starting to talk to them about this notice that you got in the mail, this eviction notice. That's not the proper time, right? So let them come in, put their bags down, take off their shoes, get something to drink, maybe get some food. You might say, hey, honey, is this a good time to talk about something important? And they might say, no. It's not a good time. And if you're not craving to talk about it, you would be like, okay, well, how about tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow in the afternoon, can we talk about this? And like, yeah, sure, we can talk about it then. So if you're not craving, you won't be upset. You won't be frustrated because you're not going to handle it right now anyway. You've got 3 days. We can handle it tomorrow, right? But if they say yes, that it is a good time, okay, let's start talking about it. Let's discuss it, right, in a calm way. So you like to make sure it's the proper time, and that might involve checking in with the other person to see where they're at if you have something very impactful. So that's ensuring that you're not interrupting, that your mind is prepared to talk and their mind is prepared to talk. Speaking what is true, that's handled up here, that you're not lying, right? So not only would you like to not tell a deliberate lie, but you're not interested in spreading conspiracy theories. You're not interested in spreading unfounded things that you actually haven't verified for yourself. You would like to verify the things that you're sharing so that you can speak the truth and people get used to you being a truth speaker, reliable, dependable, trustworthy individual, that when you speak, they know that you speak the truth. Then you would like to speak gently. This is your tone, your tempo, and your word choice, right? In the Thai language, we have all kinds of ways to ensure that people know that you're speaking polite, kind, friendly, and respectful. We have all kinds of words and tones and different things like this. But whatever languages you speak, you're going to need to look for ways to be gentle and polite and respectful, paying attention to your tone, your tempo, and your word choice. You know, in English language, using words like please and thank you and sorry and sir and ma'am and things like this, these can go a long way to helping people see that you're being respectful and polite to them. So you might need to integrate some of that into the way you speak, because you might not be using those kinds of things right now. And that's going to help you to speak gentle with individuals. Then speaking beneficially. This is that you're clear and concise, that you're to the point, right? Like if we were all on a project team, for example, and we were going in to brief our boss, we'd like to be beneficially speaking. We'd like to be clear and concise. We don't want to like meander all around. We like to be really focused and targeted when we go in and talk with them. So when you're talking with people, make sure that you're speaking beneficially. This isn't necessarily about the topic that you're talking about. This is more about the method of talking, like clear and concise and precise when you speak. Then you would like to wrap all of that in a mind of loving kindness. Like if you speak with inner hate, this is not going to promote harmonious relationships, right? So you'd like to be speaking at the proper time. What you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. And while the Buddha referred to this as right speech, because that's all there was during his lifetime was speech, we might actually think about this as right communication, because this applies to all types of communication, right? Like if we went into our job interview and we knocked it out of the park with our speech and they were like, man, this person's amazing, we'd like to hire this person, but they jumped on your social media and you got a lot of harshness and bitterness in there, you're not speaking gently and with a mind of loving kindness, they probably aren't going to hire you, right? Or, you know, like say you're really angry and you're frustrated and you go over to your computer and you're pounding on the keyboard in order to send out an email. It's not the proper time to be communicating. So you might hit save instead of send, right? Or text messages or voice messages. So you like to have your social media, your text messages, your emails, everything that you're communicating, you'd like to be using all of this. And what this is referred to in Thailand is like, there's a word called barami. Right? Each individual village has people that are typically have what's called barami. What barami is it means the one who people listen to. Right? So there's usually like village elders that everybody knows they have barami. They're very successful in their life. And successful doesn't mean monetarily successful. It means that they have harmonious relationships. That's what it means to be successful. Because if you have harmonious relationships, you'll never have to worry about money. You always have money around, right? So being successful isn't just to be wealthy, it's to have harmonious relationships. So if you're having a challenge in your life, you might go speak to the village elders who have barami. They're the ones who people listen to, because people know they speak wisely and they have really harmonious relationships. So those are the people that they seek advice from. Well, you can actually have barami too. In your community, whether it's personal or professional, you can establish barami, right? Where you can be influential, you can be helpful to the people around you. And the way that you do that is by using these 5 factors of well-spoken speech and practicing to be wise in the way that you interact with everybody so that you can have harmonious relationships. So this is right speech or right communication. This is the way you would like to be talking with all the people around you, and understanding that it's going to take you time to build up to this. The people that you're the closest to, you will find it to be the most challenging, right? So like you might be able to talk with me gently, But when you talk to your parents or your brothers and sisters or your life partners, you might have more of a challenge there because you have attachment. You have craving, desire in those relationships. And that's why the Buddha is teaching you how to interact with speech that doesn't include craving, desire, attachment. So again, you're not interested in believing any of this stuff, right? You need to independently verify this. So when you look at this, look at situations where you haven't been doing this, right? And look at those conversations and how did they turn out? Maybe you weren't speaking at the proper time. You weren't speaking the truth. Maybe you weren't speaking gently. Maybe you weren't speaking beneficially and you weren't speaking with a mind of loving kindness. And you can see it turned out to be unwholesome, that there was some unwholesome karma. Maybe you lost friends. Maybe you lost a job. Maybe you encountered any kinds of unwholesome results because you weren't using these 5 factors of well-spoken speech. But then look at the other side of this. Look at situations where you have used these. Because remember, this is a natural law. It's affecting you whether you're aware of it or not. So there are some situations where you've actually been using these. Maybe at break, when you just went to break, maybe you guys were talking with each other and you guys had a wonderful conversation because you were using the 5 factors of well-spoken speech without even realizing it, right? Because it's a natural law that's affecting you whether you're aware of it or not, right? So now that you understand what these natural laws are, and you're starting to understand them intellectually, and you reflect on them, and you can see that they're true, start integrating them into your day-to-day life where you're consciously practicing these teachings. And now you're making a concerted effort to bring your practice up to the point where you're practicing the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. You might actually have to remind yourself about these in the morning. I used to have a little thing that I would look at in the morning, and I would go out in my day and I would be having my conversations, and then in the afternoon at lunchtime I would look at them again and I'd be like, I missed that one. Oh, I missed that one. Or, oh, I did a good job with this one. I'm going to keep doing that one, right? So now I would have my afternoon conversations and meetings, and then in the evening I would kind of look at it again. I was like, sweet, I'm getting better with this one, right? So now that's what you might need to do for several weeks or even months, where you kind of refresh your mind and you get to the point where you can memorize the 5 factors of well-spoken speech so that then you can practice them. Okay, so this is the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. In this book, Developing a Life Practice, The Path That Leads to Enlightenment, I go into a lot of detail about speech. Each one of those factors, I explain it in detail. So you can see the book where I explain it. There's other content in the book too around right speech as well. It's all based around the teachings of the Buddha. But one of the things that I provide you in the book is I say, if you can't remember the 5 factors of well-spoken speech as you're bringing your practice up to that, if you can at least remember to be polite, kind, friendly, and respectful in all situations, that will help you, right? You still need to know the 5 factors of well-spoken speech and right speech, eliminating lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. That's what you're going to need to ultimately remember. But between now and then, you might be in situations where you're like, I just can't remember what those factors are. Remember, polite, kind, friendly, and respectful. That's the way you would like to be speaking. And then bring your practice up more and more to what you saw there with right speech, because that's the natural law and that's what's going to actually help you. Okay? So this is just kind of like a shorthand way of remembering how to speak, but you would like to really hone in on the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. Then there's right action. The Buddha says, and what, monks, is right action? Refraining from taking life, refraining from taking what is not given, refraining from sexual misconduct. This is called right action. So here he's talking about 3 bodily actions that can be harmful to other people. And if you're causing harm, harm is going to come back to you. If you're killing, if you're stealing, if you're having sexual misconduct, this is all going to cause harm. Tomorrow, when we explore the 5 precepts, the Buddha is going to expand this for you because the 5 precepts plug into this. Here, he's just talking very generally about 3 important things. And sometimes people are like, whoa, what's that sexual misconduct thing? How do you know if you're practicing that or not, right? So the 5 precepts are going to help you to understand that. He goes into a lot of detail. He talks about harmful sexual misconduct, like causing harm, like having sex with minors, having sex without consent, going outside your relationships, things like this. And I like to give people a heads up that he doesn't talk about same-gender relationships as being harmful, because there's no harm in two loyal, loving, consenting adults choosing to have sex with each other. This is how wise the Buddha was, that he understood this 2,500 years ago. Because if you understand the universal truth of impermanence, it's not possible for every man to be interested in having sex with a woman. Every woman's not going to be interested in having sex with a man, because if so, that would be permanence. We understand the universal truth of impermanence, that this has never happened in human history where everybody had sex with the opposite gender. It was going on during the lifetime of the Buddha, and it was going on long before that, right? And it will go on for the rest of the world, right? So an individual, if you prefer same-gender relationships, you're not doing anything unwise. If other people are getting angry at that, they're causing their own anger, because they're craving permanence, right? They want every man or every woman to have sex with the opposite gender. And it's just not possible because of the universal truth of impermanence. So the Buddha understood this 2,500 years ago. You know, if 10, 15, 20 years ago, somebody would have come up and said something like that, like nowadays we have people all throughout the world that don't understand that there's no harm in this. This is how wise this individual was. 2,500 years ago, he already understood this, right? So you can see how wise he was. Well, here with right action, what he's talking about is causing harm through bodily actions. And he gives you three really impactful ones, because these are ones that are typically coming from the animal world. Right? In the animal world, we kill, we steal, and we have sexual misconduct. We go around and have sex with all kinds of other animals, right? So this is going to help you to become a better and better human being. But he doesn't give you an exhaustive list. There's no way that he could list out every single bodily action that would cause harm. Notice he doesn't say, don't walk through the aisle of an airplane and drag your suitcase and bump into people's knees and run over their feet. Because airplanes didn't even exist during his lifetime, so he wouldn't have been able to say that, right? But if you understand this, then you understand that it would be unwise to do that. He doesn't say, don't walk up to someone and punch them in the face, right? He doesn't say that because you can figure it out, right? Because if you punch someone in the face, they're probably going to punch you back, or they're going to pull out a knife or a gun, or their friends or family are going to attack you. That's the cause and effect. That's the natural law of karma. Nobody's controlling that. Nobody's punishing you. It's the results of your decisions. So he's teaching you not to cause harm through your bodily actions. And you're going to need to figure out those different ones, where he's just giving you three very big, impactful ones. There's other parts of his teachings where he talks about eliminating substances that cause heedlessness. This is like a bodily action that's causing you harm. This being that you are is causing you harm, that you'll be disinterested in causing yourself harm. He also talks about gambling and other things like this, because these are all based in craving, desire, attachment. But he's not giving you an exhaustive list anywhere in his teachings, because you need to move to this higher consciousness and you need to think for yourself. And if you understand not to cause harm through your bodily actions, you can apply this in all parts of your day. If you watch Thai people very closely, when they're like in a tight group, when there's like a lot of people around, they'll even take their hands and they'll hold their clothes up against their body so that their loose clothes don't even hit into people. This is how closely some people actually practice this, because they're disinterested in having their loose clothes hit up against somebody else. So whether you choose to practice it to that level or not is up to you, but you'll notice this with Thai people, how they very intentionally move through tight spaces as they're walking through tight spaces. Then there's right livelihood. Here's what the Buddha says. He says, in what, monks, is right livelihood? Here, monks, the noble disciple, having given up wrong livelihood, keeps himself by right livelihood. So here he's just saying something very general and very broad, because the teachings on right livelihood are in other places and they plug into the Eightfold Path. So there's two levels of purification for your livelihood. I'm going to teach you the first fold of purification here to help you get started. What a livelihood is how you choose to sustain your life in the world. If you choose to sustain your life off of causing harm to others, that harm is going to come back to you. So the Buddha is teaching you how to not cause harm through your livelihood and how you sustain your life. So he shares with you that it would be unwise to have business in weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons. These are 5 types of livelihood that are causing harm, and that harm's going to come back to you. But remember, you're not interested in believing any of this stuff. You're going to need to reflect on this and see if it's true. So let's just take one of them, and I'll show you how to do this, and then you can do the rest if you like, or you can ask me questions about them. The substances that cause heedlessness. Let's just say I was on the street corner selling crystal methamphetamine or heroin or cocaine into the community. I'm causing harm. These people are going out, they're getting addicted to the substance, they're going out and stealing and robbing and things like this. Maybe they're selling their body in order to bring me money, right? And now, standing on the street corner, I'm very likely to get beat up, to get robbed, to get murdered. I can get arrested. I can get addicted to these substances. These are all the results of my decisions of choosing to cause harm in the community. And now that harm is going to come back to me in all these different ways, right? So you can see that the natural law of karma is always functioning, whether you're aware of it or not. And that's why, like, if you're really concerned about social justice and things like that, you don't ever have to worry. Anybody doing anything unwise, the natural law of karma is always at play. It's going to show you. It's the most unbiased teacher that's going to show you at all times whether you're making wise decisions or unwise decisions. But remember, this is a natural law that's functioning at a much higher level than any kind of human law. Because one of the things I just shared there was about how an individual who's selling illicit drugs would get arrested, right? But this is a natural law that's functioning at a much higher level. Human laws are imperfect. They can never be created and administered and enforced equally. As much as we should aspire to do that it's just impossible because human beings are prone to error, right? So let's just say, like, our government says, yeah, you can work at that liquor store. We're not going to arrest you for that. You can go be a cashier at that liquor store. That's completely fine with us. We're not going to arrest you. But if you know the natural law of karma, you know that it's unwise to do that, because those are the places that get robbed, people get beat up, people get murdered, right? Because you've got intoxicated people coming in there wanting that substance, and now you're susceptible to this harm that you're going to be receiving. So if you're selling substances that cause heedlessness, even if the government says it's okay, with your wisdom of the natural law of karma, you might decide, not interested. Because at the very least, you're going to be dealing with intoxicated clientele from time to time. If you've ever done any kind of bartending or anything like that, you see that it's really not enjoyable to spend time and deal with intoxicated people, right? So if that's what you're doing every day, day in and day out, how do you get to peace and how do you get to joy, right? So you can do this with all of these 5 livelihoods. You can independently verify it for yourself that the Buddha is teaching you here. Then there's how you perform your livelihood. The Buddha is teaching you how to perform your livelihood so that you can have a very successful professional career. That here he's explaining that scheming, flattering, hinting, belittling, or pursuing gain with gain is going to produce harmful results for you in your livelihood. Because ultimately you would like to get to a point where you have enthusiasm, ambition, and motivation in your livelihood, and it doesn't even feel like work anymore, and you're very successful in your work. But if you're doing any of these things, then you're going to have difficulties and struggles. So for example, if I was a politician, there's nothing harmful about making laws or being a mayor of a town. There's no harm in that. But if I was scheming, if I was corrupt, right, maybe 10, 15 years into my career, they find out that I've been stealing money or something like that. Now they're not going to reelect me. And now it's going to be hard for me to get a job because this is all over the news, right? Or if I was a police officer and being scheming and corrupt, this is going to cause difficulties in the world. And now I'm going to experience the consequences of that. Flattery, this is like being insincere with people just to have them purchase things from you. So if you've ever been in like a store, you walked into the store and right away this person's like, oh my goodness, that shirt looks so great on you. It really brings out the shape of your face and the color of your eyes. You know, I've got these earrings that would go really well with that shirt. Come over here. Let me show these to you. You might have been like, I don't even want to buy anything from this place. It feels kind of icky here, right? So if you've ever experienced that, that's why. It's the natural law of karma. So if you're having insincere comments, just to get people to buy things from you, you're not going to be successful in your career. What hinting is where you're not clear and concise in your work. So again, if we were on a project team and we were going in to brief the boss, we'd like to be clear and concise and precise in the way that we speak, because that's going to promote the most success in our career when we're briefing this person and letting them know what it is that we've been doing on this project. Belittling is like being degrading and diminishing to your coworkers, your business partners, or even your competition. Sometimes people think that the way to be successful in business is to degrade your competition. This isn't actually true. It's actually going to look unfavorable on you. And you would like to get to the point where you're not doing that. So if somebody says something like, hey, talking about your competition, you can just say, I'm not sure what they do, but this is what I can do for you. Right? No need to degrade them and diminish them. Hey, if you would like to go see them, you're more than welcome to, but this is what I can do for you. This is how I can help you. No need to diminish other people, your coworkers, your business partners, or your competition. You'd like to not belittle anybody. What pursuing gain with gain is, this is like where you don't really care about the work that you're doing. You don't really care about the product or the service. You're just going there to collect a paycheck kind of thing, right? If you've ever worked in that kind of job, you probably dragged yourself to work every single day and it felt miserable being there. And you just showed up for the paycheck and that's all you cared about. Maybe they gave you some big salary, right? And now you were so unmotivated and dissuaded each time you went to work, right? So if you ever had that kind of situation, you know what the Buddha's talking about here. Like what he's trying to help you get to is where you have enthusiasm, ambition, and a motivation to do the work that you're doing each day. Now, work is a 4-letter word, right? But it doesn't have to be, right? It can be something that you enjoy, right? But oftentimes we put ourselves in situations where we just going there for the paycheck, and now we're not really motivated to do the work, and we just kind of drag ourselves. The alarm clock goes off in the morning. It's like, do I really have to go to that place again, right? So you're not interested in that because you're not going to get to a peaceful and joyful mind and a peaceful and joyful life if you despise the place that you go for 8 hours a day or 12 hours a day or however long you work. So you would like to really enjoy the work that you're doing, be enthused and motivated about the things that you're doing, all the way to the point where if you didn't get paid for this, you would probably still do it because you enjoy it that much. Right? Of course, you're going to need a paycheck. You're going to need money in order to sustain your life, but that's not the primary thing that you're doing. You're there because you really enjoy the work that you're doing. And it's going to take you time maybe to find that. So if you're not currently in that kind of livelihood, you might need to move to a new livelihood. Or if you're in between jobs and you need to find a new livelihood, you would like to pay attention to these kinds of things. So this is what's called the first fold of purification. There's a second fold of purification that the Buddha teaches. So if you are in a livelihood that you don't particularly care for, or you're in between jobs, you might look in volume 12, chapter 14. That's where you're going to see all the full teachings from the Buddha, and there's words for me in there to help you too. So in volume 12, chapter 14 is where you're going to see the full teachings of the Buddha on right livelihood, which shows you the first fold of purification and the second fold as well. Because ultimately, you'd like to get to a livelihood that you thoroughly enjoy. It doesn't even feel like work anymore. I used to ride a motorbike when I used to come here until recently. I'd be on my motorbike, it'd be pouring down, raining. I have a smile on my face, just enjoying making my way to the temple. Couldn't wait to get here just to share the teachings with all of you guys, right? You would like to get to that point where you're just so enthused about the work that you do, right? And that's where you'll really have a great time and you'll be enjoying life because you're doing what it really feels great for you. Okay, so now just to kind of summarize that before I open up to questions, is right speech is no harm through all your verbal conduct. You'd like to not cause any harm through your verbal conduct. That's ensuring that you're eliminating the lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. And then practicing the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, where you speak at the proper time, what you say is true, is gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. But ultimately, you'd like all your communication to be that way. chat, text messages, social media, emails, voice messages, everything to be using the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, realizing that it's going to be more challenging for the people that you have attachment to. So it's not going to be like you snap your fingers or you walk out of here today and you can instantly do that. It's going to be gradual training, gradual practice, and gradual progress. Then there's right action. This is ensuring that you're not causing any harm through your bodily actions, right? So right now you're just sitting here listening to me. You're not causing any harm through your bodily actions. That's why no harm's coming to you. Whereas if you poke the person in the eye that's sitting next to you, there's going to be some harm that comes your way, right? So you can see the truth in this natural law of karma, of cause and effect, that the Buddha is teaching you that would be unwise to cause harm through your bodily actions. He gives you eliminating killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct, but you're going to need to see all the other ones too, right? Poking someone in the eye is not right action, right? And then there's right livelihood, ensuring that you're not causing any harm through the way that you choose to sustain your life. And he gives you those 5 of eliminating the selling of weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons, right? You need to look at those and make decisions for yourself of whether or not you would like to participate in any of those things. And then the way you conduct your livelihood, eliminating scheming, flattering, hinting, belittling, and pursuing gain with gain. You'd like to clean all that stuff up. So do you guys have any questions on the moral conduct section? For those of you guys online, you can put that into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom, or you can raise your hand in Zoom and ask any questions that you like.
Hi, David. Just a scenario. So, right livelihood. Mm-hmm. So there is someone I know, who was paying his way through college by working as a bartender. Mm-hmm. Okay, and again, it's in the U.S., so it's nothing where there's no really bar brawls or anything like that. Would that fall into the substances that would cause heedlessness?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes, we do those things because of our lack of wisdom, or sometimes we do those things out of craving. Sometimes we do those things because we're craving to go to college and we don't have many more options. But then as we age and we gain wisdom, we start cleaning that up. And now we extinguish those unwholesome results that we were experiencing. And now we get a better and better livelihood. So even though we might have done something in the past, that doesn't preclude us from being able to experience enlightenment in this life. You just need to get to the point where you clean all that stuff up.
That transition, so that where they're starting, not saying clean their life, but they see that there are other options as they go through the grind of their daily job. So he saw inefficiencies in delivery. Mm-hmm. So he optimized and wrote a program to help with the deliveries and reduce delivery time and improve profit margins it was a series of bars. Is that something? So is that he did something right? He realized, hey, I'm sooner or later I've got to get out of this, but I see an inefficiency. Mm-hmm. There's a benefit that I could provide to this organization.
Yeah, either case, working in support of the delivery of substances that cause heedlessness, that's still a livelihood that can produce unwholesome results. So even the delivery driver who's delivering the alcohol to the bar, this person can get stopped and robbed, and people can murder him, beat him up, stealing the alcohol out of the truck. These are all harms that can potentially come to you as a result of participating in that type of livelihood. So ultimately, to get to the peace and joy where you're not experiencing the harm coming back to you in your day-to-day life, you'd like to clean all that up where you're not participating in that. But if someone did that for a period of time, that's where they were at that point in their life, and you would like to, when you understand the wisdom of this, is now improve those decisions, getting to a better and better livelihood.
So it's situational, and then you become wiser through the transition of that situation.
Yeah. Okay. So example, like when I was a kid, 17 years old, I was working on a farm. We were, needing to catch goats and sheep and things like this and slit their throats and chop them up and give them to people for meat, right? And I did that, but I also experienced a lot of unwholesome karma there. There were lots of fights and brawls, and we would be fighting with each other. We'd also get hurt from the animals, sometimes, and we could have got disease and illness from the viruses that the animals carry. That's how those things happen. So like COVID, for example, right? Like we've found these vaccines and we've discovered these vaccines, and that's, helped in a lot of respects, but we haven't solved the problem. The problem is that we're interacting with these animals and selling the meat and selling living beings. And now the next virus is just waiting for us, right? So, the real source of the problem is our unwise decision making. So once we gain the wisdom, now we can improve the way we make decisions, and we will experience improved results individually and as a humanity.
So my question is, I think I know the answer to it, but I wanted to ask it anyways, is so I deal in cybersecurity, and cybersecurity is one of those things that it's like any tool. It can be used for harm and it can be used for good. So my question would be, if I'm going to engage in this livelihood to keep it sort of not harming people, would I like I can focus on what my job is, which would be defense, but then another individual could take my work and turn it into offense. And so knowing that, how would I move forward with this livelihood, or is this a livelihood that just isn't going to produce wholesome karma?
So you're going to be affected by your decisions. So if you're deciding to code something or create some kind of system that is producing wholesome results and that is harmless, then that's what you're choosing to do. If someone takes what you did and then goes out and does something harmful with it, that's their decisions that are going to lead to their results. So an example that I can think of is like, say you are working with some business that's selling roses, and you made their internal system completely secure with cybersecurity. That is something that's beneficial. But now if that same person went out and was helping like a black market company that's like selling illicit drugs on the internet, and they're using cybersecurity to hide in the deep dark web, so people can't find it. Now this person, same occupation, cybersecurity, but they're applying it in two different situations. One is for a flower shop, one is for illicit drugs, which is substances that cause heedlessness. So now this person is more susceptible to unwholesome results coming back to them, versus the person who's doing cybersecurity for a flower shop. That person isn't causing any harm. So it's based on your decisions. It's not about what other people do. And if that person stole your work to work on the black market thing, that's affecting them. It's not going to affect you.
The second part of the question would be, would it also, like, I would also have to choose my customers carefully. Like if I knew something was going on that I could make the choice to be like, I need the money, so I'm going to choose to do this, but it's still going to bring back unwholesome karma because they're engaging and I know about it, and now I'm protecting them, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's where the Buddha gives you those 5 livelihoods that you would like to look at those. So that includes you selecting clients, right? Because that would be business in weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, or poisons. Yep. Yes, sir.
So to go back to the concept of lying, I'm struggling with that a little bit. And so isn't there a fine line sometimes between, so a couple of situations. In life we have, I would call it like a social lubricant, in the sense that you might walk down the street or see a stranger and they say, hey, how are you? And most of us will answer, fine, thanks. How are you? Good, thanks. Well, okay, but what if I'm not fine? And that person asks, how are you? Because, for example, I remember years ago at an event talking to a colleague that I wasn't very close to, and she asked me how I was, and I wasn't doing very well at the time, and I was honest with her, and I could just see it was like, oh, I'm not prepared for this. Mm-hmm. So there's that. And also, what about, is it lying if we're diplomatic? So, for example, I think that can vary from culture to culture. For example, in the UK, sometimes we're not very direct a lot of the time. So if a friend had cooked me dinner in the UK, for example, and it was a disaster, and the friend was like, "Oh, how was the food?" I'd probably like say, "Well, carrots were good," or something like that. So I'm not being direct with them and saying, "You know what, it wasn't very good." So I'd be lying. So I'm really confused with this because sometimes in life we tell lies all the time because not malicious lies, but if someone asks how we are, stranger, and we answer, fine, thanks. And if we're not fine, we're lying. Or if sometimes we're in a situation where we don't want to offend the other person, like, hey, do you like my new shoes? And if I'm thinking, they look horrible, but I would say, yeah, they're really nice. Then I'm lying. So I'm really confused by that.
Okay, several things you need to learn here. This is just a lack of wisdom that you're having. So first off, a person who's on their way to enlightenment, they're not going to conform and just follow what everyone else does. So just because everybody else might be lying or a lot of people might be lying, doesn't mean it would be wise for you to lie. But you need to be able to understand the difference between lying and what you're talking about. Telling a deliberate lie is to lie about something deliberately, but it doesn't mean that you have to tell everything that you know, right? So if somebody asks you, how are you doing? You don't have to tell them everything that's going on in your head. It's on a need to know basis. This person isn't able to help you necessarily. So if they say, how are you doing? You say, oh, I'll be okay. There's been better days, there's been worse days. It doesn't mean you have to lay out everything that's really truly going on in your mind, because that person can't help you with that anyway. No reason to tell them. So it's on an as needed basis, right? A need to know basis. This person doesn't need to know all the different things that are going on in your mind. So no need to tell them. And then same thing, like say, this is a common question. Someone's like, well, what if my partner comes out, we're going out on a night and they're like, hey, honey, how do I look? What am I supposed to say? You look horrible? Well, the answer is no, of course, that wouldn't be beneficial to say that. That wouldn't be with a mind of loving kindness, right? So you need to be able to practice all of those factors. Instead, what this person did is they went out and bought some clothes, and obviously they like it, or else they wouldn't have purchased it. And what they're looking for is confidence, right? They're having a lack of confidence. So you telling them that they look horrible isn't going to do anything for their confidence. Instead, what I would do in that situation, I would say, honey, I enjoy spending time with you, and it doesn't matter what you wear. Let's go out and have a good time, right? Hey, they like the dress, they like the pants, they like the shirt, whatever it was that they have. Let's just go out and have a good time. The only reason why an individual wouldn't like it is because of your own cravings, your own desires, wanting to see something particular. They bought it, they obviously like it, and just say, hey, honey, whatever you wear is fine with me. I just enjoy being with you, and I enjoy your smile. Let's go have a good time. Or the same thing with the food as well, right? Like what you said is actually really is wise, or where you said, where they say, hey, how'd you like the food? You're like, oh, the carrots were excellent. They were great. That's wonderful. Just leave it at that. You don't have to tell them that the potatoes were horrible and the broccoli tasted like rubber or whatever. You don't have to tell them everything you know, right? So telling the truth doesn't mean you tell everything you know. Mm-hmm.
What if you're talking to your partner and you say, yeah, it's great that you feel confident, etc., and then your partner says, okay, thanks for saying that, but really, what do you think? Do you like my shirt? Do you like my shoes? And if that,
hold on, let me answer this. For me, I'm not going to give any kind of what I think about their clothing, because that's judging the other person, and it's judging, how they look or how they should look, or what my thoughts of how they should look, and they're not meeting my expectations. That's just your own expectations of how you think they should or shouldn't look. Instead of judging that person, if they say, no, really, like, I know you enjoy spending time with me, like, how do I look? I would just say, I shared with you what I shared is I enjoy spending time with you. What you wear doesn't matter to me. I just enjoy spending time with you. So they can keep asking the question over and over, but I don't have to say anything beyond what I've already said. I'm not required to do that. So you can just share something that's going to allow you guys to continue on your day and have a great, wonderful time wherever you're headed. Mm-hmm.
And can I ask one more question? When we were discussing right livelihood, and so, for example, alcohol came up, etc., things that would have been around at the time. But what about this day and age where some industries might be seen as controversial? So, for example, if somebody were to work in like the oil and gas, for example, now there are going to be some people that say, that's wrong, it's not good for the environment. And then other people saying, well, it's something that we all use. So where would you draw the line on that? Because you've got some people on one side saying one thing, people on the other side saying another thing.
The batteries are impermanent, just like the Buddha said, right? How do you determine, right? Okay, so the things that the Buddha shared there, that's the natural laws. That's what you need to pay attention to. Weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons. If somebody considers oil and gas a poison, you could think of it that way and choose not to participate in that. That's for each individual person to choose for themselves. I wouldn't work in that kind of industry because I know what that does to the world, but whether someone else chooses that or not is up to them, right? That's each individual person making the choice. But if you work in that industry, that's where you're going to now experience the results of that, right? Like if I work on an oil rig, it's very dangerous. People die all the time working on that, or you get the fumes, or you could have explosions, right? That's the unwholesome results of choosing to work in that type of industry. So that's where you've got to be able to see it. And sometimes students, need to ask questions to the teachers like, hey, what would you do in this situation? Someone that knows more about the natural law, because you're trying to get understanding of this natural law and you can't maybe see it as clearly. But for something like that, I wouldn't work in that type of environment. And there's plenty of others, but if other people choose to do that, that's their choice. We're not judging other people of what they should or shouldn't be doing. But you make the choices that's best for you. And you use this as a guide. The Buddha is teaching you this natural law, and then you can look at it and make a wise choice for yourself. And one of the ways that you can see the natural law of karma is that whenever anything unwholesome is happening, there's always some kind of decision that led to it. So when you look at like the oil and gas industry, you can see there's a certain amount of deaths that occur in that industry. And that's why, because there's harms that are going on, and now those individuals are being harmed because of it. Right. So there's that's one of the ways that you can see, because the natural law of karma is the most unbiased teacher that you will ever find. It's going to show you where you're making wise decisions and where you're making unwise decisions. You can read that result coming back to you as what would be wise or unwise. You had a question, ma'am?
So I really liked both the examples about the food and the clothing. And I understand where you're coming from with the Buddha teachings. But if somebody says either one of those things to me, the carrots were good, or with your company, they're pretty much saying the rest of the meal was terrible and you don't look good. Mm-hmm. So in practicing, I understand why you want to tell the truth and why you want to say these things. But to people who don't know about this and what your efforts are, then I feel like it comes across as rude and they're left feeling bad about them. So how do you practice this while also not making other people feel bad? Do you know what I mean?
If you understand the Four Noble Truths, then you understand that you can't make other people feel bad. It's not possible. If someone is feeling bad, their mind is causing it themselves. So if they're craving or desiring, expecting a certain response from you, and you don't give that response, and they get angry or they consider you to be rude, that's what's going on within their own mind. That's their own cravings, desires, attachments, their own expectations that are leading to that. And now they're going to form a perception because you haven't met my expectation. I'm feeling bad. So now I'm going to form the perception that you are rude. And I would say this is the kind of person that you're not interested in associating with, because this type of individual is just going to constantly judge you, constantly put expectations on you and requiring you to do certain things, or else if you don't meet their expectations, now they're going to form perceptions that are judgmental about you. So you need to be able to see through these kinds of things and see true reality, because the way that people function in the world today, with the lack of wisdom of these natural laws, they will cling to that relationship. Maybe they've been friends with this person for 10, 15, 20 years, but otherwise there's all kinds of difficulties and struggles in their relationship, but they're just clinging to it. And when you can see true reality, that it's unwise to be around people who are constantly putting expectations on you, and they're forming feelings based on their own mind, and now they're blaming you for the feelings that they're experiencing, and then they're forming perceptions about you based on their own feelings. This is what some people would refer to as a toxic relationship, right? Because you can never get to peace and joy in a harmonious relationship where someone's constantly blaming you for the feelings that they're having. And this path is all about being able to see through that. And oftentimes what people end up doing is they kind of shift some of their relationships. They kind of start moving away from certain relationships that they have and start forming new relationships, realizing these kinds of things that we're sharing.
So just one follow-up. I can see how, like in your quote unquote real life, you could shift toward more like-minded people. When my boss says, "Do you like my dress?" I'm not about to say, "You look really happy wearing it," or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like in certain...
Yep. That's where you are right now, because you have an attachment to looking a certain way with your boss. You want your boss to relate to you in a certain way. You're clinging to the job. You're wanting that money from the job or that title or that role. But if you go around lying, if you were really lying in that situation, there's a certain craving that's motivating that lying, and you're not going to get to complete peace and complete joy. So this path isn't about staying where you're at and being unwilling to change things. That's what the intention of renunciation is. You need to be able to understand that if you experience anger and frustration and sadness and guilt and shame and stress and anxiety and all these other things, there's certain wisdom about the world, and there's certain ways that you're functioning right now that are unwise. And what this path is about is helping you to grow and evolve, become a better and better person, and be able to see this better way of life. And right now, where there's certain inhibiting factors that are inhibiting you from choosing to make certain decisions, when you start training your mind to let go of these things and you start seeing this better way of life of functioning, you might think differently about how you interact with people. Right now, sitting here today, you're thinking that you would continue to handle things in that way, but I can share with you that there's an underlying craving there, and that's ultimately going to produce unwholesome results, and you're not going to be able to get to complete peace and complete joy. What you choose to do in your life, totally up to you. I'm not here to convince you or force you to do anything whatsoever. I'm sharing this better way of life to be able to help people to understand that. And if you choose to practice it, you'll see the truth for yourself that it works. But it's up to you to decide whether you'd like to do that or not. Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir.
I had two questions. One, when you brought up sexual orientation, that kind of made me think back to what we were saying this morning about the impermanence of everything, including our personal characteristics. Couldn't we say that, for example, sexual orientation is a bit of an exception to the rule, in the sense that most people the identifier straight will probably feel straight throughout their lives, and vice versa, gay people, for example. So that would be my first question. And then the second question is about right communication.
Mm-hmm.
So just yesterday, in fact...
Let me answer one at a time. So understanding that an individual prefers same-gender relationships or opposite gender relationships or what have you, that's an understanding of your choice in the world. But choosing to identify as that as who you are is something separate. That's what the Buddha is teaching you to let go of and to eliminate out of the mind. Because as long as the mind holds on to that as your identity, when people are talking favorably or unfavorably, you're going to have certain feelings about that. So you would like to get to the point where you understand what you prefer as a individual and what type of relationship you prefer, but then you make choices to not adopt that as your identity of who you are as a person. So while you will continue to be that way for the rest of your life, it doesn't have to be an identity that you cling to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is that it's not really like a choice, right? I mean, it's something that you just feel instinctively, right? As you go through puberty, etc., right? You understand something about yourself rather than something that you prefer it, but it's not something that you're actively choosing, if you see what I mean, right?
I understand what you're saying. And yes, I understand that people who prefer a certain gender or both genders, there's people that prefer that as well. That's a choice that you're making about the type of sexual contact that you would like to have in your life. What I'm teaching is about not adopting that as who you are as a person, as a label, that I am straight or I am gay. Some people use these words. I don't usually use those words, prefer same gender relationships. Because once you adopt that label on your own mind, now when you hear something favorable or unfavorable, you're going to have certain feelings about that.
No. I think that is clear. Like the identifying, I think it was more about the permanence or impermanence of that quality, let's call it that way, or that orientation.
Yeah, the preference to have sex with the same gender, opposite gender, or both, that's going to be intact regardless, because that's somebody's preference of how they're choosing to interact in the world. But whether they form feelings based on a label or not is something completely separate. Right. So like I can choose, I'll just use a different example. I can choose to eat chocolate cake and get really excited about this. And then when I don't have the chocolate cake, I can get angry and frustrated. Right. That's the craving, desire, attachment that the mind's having in the unenlightened state. But you can also eliminate the craving, desire, attachment, choose to eat the chocolate cake and be like, wow, this really tastes great. I'm going to have this piece of chocolate cake. But then when you show up and there is no chocolate cake, you're not angry or frustrated. You're just like, oh, well, I'll have some fruit, or maybe I'll have nothing at all, right? So it's not a matter of whether you do the thing or not, eating the chocolate cake or having sex with one person or another. It's about how the mind is processing this thing that is occurring around us. Does that make sense? You understand that? Yeah, I think your mic went off.
Understand the identification process of what you're saying, like not labeling yourself or other people based on that.
Mm-hmm.
But the way I understand sexuality and orientation is not something.
Your mic went out. Yeah, this isn't about your preference and how you prefer to have sex with one person or another. That's not what this is. The identity part of it is how you label yourself. And now let's just say I think that you use the word straight, right? Now, if an individual thinks that way, I am straight, when you hear somebody say, all people who are straight are lovely and kind and friendly, you'll get pleasant feelings. But when someone says, all straight people are blah, 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 you'll be upset by that. So you can just remove that label out of your mind of I am straight, just choose to have sex with someone of the opposite gender. But that doesn't change the fact that you are going to continue to do that for the rest of your life. You're just getting rid of the identity of thinking that that's who you are as a person. You're clinging, you're eliminating the clinging to it and thinking that this is who you are, even though you're still making the choice to do it. So, for example, let's take it away from the sexual thing for a minute. I perform the role of a Buddhist teacher. And someone might say, that is a Buddhist teacher. He's teaching the teachings of the Buddha, right? But my mind doesn't adopt that identity that I am a Buddhist teacher. So I sit here day in and day out and share teachings of the Buddha. But when somebody says all Buddhist teachers are driving people to hell and they're so horrible, blah, 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 doesn't affect me because my mind hasn't adopted the label of I am a Buddhist teacher. I just understand that I perform that role, but I haven't adopted that as who I am as a person. So it's not a matter of what choices you're making. It's a matter of how your mind has adopted the identity and how you process the contact from what you're hearing around you.
No, but I think the what comes like to me from other people's opinion, I understand that these are other people's opinions, right? On they might agree or disagree or not care, and that's nothing to do with me. I think I understand that, and I'm okay with that. I think it's more a question about, isn't that something that is somehow at odds with what we were saying before about the impermanence of certain qualities, right? That we have, because I think most people, if you ask, I don't know, like somebody who prefers to have sex with the opposite gender, hey, would you consider having sex with somebody of your same gender? Most people would say no.
Yeah.
Right. So. And they wouldn't do it, right? They wouldn't feel the urge or the desire or the attraction to do it, and vice versa. So isn't that something that we could regard as being permanent?
No, because it's only during this life, right? It's not permanent. If it's permanent, it means it would last indefinitely from beginning of time to end of time, right? So it's only for this life, because in their next life, they could have a completely different experience.
Some people would say yes, yeah.
No, it's impermanent. It's impermanent because this being is impermanent. So therefore, your choices and decisions are impermanent as well.
Yeah, no, I think I was looking at it in the context of one lifetime, let's say. Okay. And then the second question would be more about right communication. So just yesterday I had a bit of unpleasant experience with a service. I was trying to get my computer repaired, and this is going to take us 2 days, and then they didn't get back to me in 8 days, and I was thinking, do I don't usually post like reviews or anything like that, but I was thinking, should I do that, because I thought that they were not being really, really professional, and would it be the right thing to post out so that other people can, for example, be aware of it, that company is providing a not particularly good service, or would that fall into the remit of unbeneficial or slanderous communication?
Yeah, whenever you're damaging someone's reputation, then you're going to experience the results of that. So like a 1-star review, saying, hey, they were horrible at this and horrible at that. That just means they haven't met your expectations. You had certain expectations and they didn't meet those, and now the individual isn't happy about that. They might even have some ill will towards this company, and they're like, I'm going to get back at you. I'm going to give you a 1-star review, and I'm going to trash you on this review site or that review site. A better way to do this is to get rid of the ill will. Realize that there's this company that's trying the best that they can. They're obviously needing some help, and they're deficient in certain areas that they could improve on, and instead give them positive feedback that's uplifting and encouraging, that's going to actually improve things for them. This is where you can say things like, hey, I really valued the product. It was ultimately a great thing. I really enjoyed blah, 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 blah. Some suggestions I could provide would be this, and this. So like I do reviews online, and I do it intentionally so that people can see how to do this. Like my son and I went to a hotel last month where we stayed in Chiang Rai, an amazingly beautiful hotel. Service was outstanding. The food was not not so wonderful. So I gave them a 5-star review because it was outstanding hotel, and I said, some suggestions that I have, because I said, the facility is great, the service is wonderful. Some suggestions for improvement would be look at the food. You might consider improving the food, and then also we have an electronic car, an EV car. So I said you might consider having electronic chargers at the hotel, because we ended up having to go somewhere else and plug in the car and all this stuff, right? So I gave them a 5-star review because the facility was amazing, the customer service was great, the room was wonderful, the location was outstanding. They had this water park that was for him that was included in the fee. But yeah, their food could have improved, and maybe this EV charger thing would have helped them, right? So rather than degrading them or diminishing them because the food wasn't what I would think this wonderful hotel would have, instead I just gave them this positive, uplifting advice that could maybe improve things in the future. Whether they choose to look at that or not, they actually did reply to me and they tell me thank you for the review, but I didn't need to trash them, right? I didn't need to give them a 1-star review or a 3-star review because their food wasn't to a certain level, because that's the mind craving permanence, that this experience that I should have should be absolutely 100% perfect. And if it's not perfect, I need to now trash them on this review site. So you're going to find that businesses are going to be deficient in one way or the other, and you're going to see some insight that could actually help them, and you can provide that. If you don't have ill will, there's no need to diminish them in the public eye. Instead, do it in a supportive and loving and kind way, which maybe it's an email to the business owner. Maybe it's not even a review. Maybe it's an email directly to the manager or the business owner of giving them some suggestions of how to improve, while sharing with them some positive things that you experienced at the facility. So using right speech and using all of this right communication, you can ensure that you have wholesome results. Whereas if you went around giving a bunch of 1-star reviews and diminishing people in the public eye, that's all going to come back to you, and you're going to experience all of that because of the degrading of this business or this organization's reputation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I think where the unmet expectations happened was that they said, for example, it's going to take us 2 days. Mm-hmm. And then, I followed up, because I sort of realized that maybe, they need 1 or 2 or 3 days more, etc. But then it became 8 days, and their communication was really was poor, etc. And I'm just thinking, my intention is not to degrade them necessarily, to trash their business, but it was more like to help other people. Mm-hmm. Because then I checked the reviews like after the fact, and I realized that so many other people had a similar experience with them. Mm-hmm. And so, and sometimes I find that as a user, I find that quite helpful when choosing, for example, businesses, right? So it's more about, is there a way to strike a balance between kind of being honest with the business, say, look, there are things, this really didn't work out for me. And at the same time, help potentially other people that might be in a situation of stress or that might need that service. It was more about that.
Yeah. So what's happening there is that there's been some impermanence, right? They said 2 days. It took 8 days. There was some impermanence, and the mind's typically not going to like that, right? When it's experiencing that impermanence, the mind's going to be frustrated or agitated or annoyed. What I would do in that situation, if you felt like you would like to help other people, is if you'd like to do a review, talk about the things that you appreciated, and then talk about some things that you would recommend improving for the company, and do it in a positive and uplifting way rather than any kind of diminishing way or belittling and things like that. So there's ways to write reviews that would be positive and uplifting, because if you degrade a person, you damage their reputation. It's going to cause harm, and it's going to come back to you. And one other thing I'll share with you, something that you'll notice is when people learn these teachings, sometimes the mind wants to do things a certain way, and it will tend to hold on into what it's currently doing and kind of justifying the way that it does things. We saw that earlier with the lady that was here, right? Like, I don't want to change this. And then the mind has a way of like justifying its behavior. And it'll even cast it in terms of like, oh, I just want to be helpful for other people. But you got to really peer into it and realize that if I give a 1-star review and I trash them for not, I know these aren't your words, but if I trash them for taking 8 days when they said they would take 2, is that really like practicing loving kindness and goodwill? Is that really having a genuine interest in seeing this business be well? Because this 1-star review and trashing them on this review is going to cause them harm, right? And if they're really truly doing things in an unwise way, more and more people are finding that out, and that business isn't going to survive. It's not going to go well, right? More and more people will figure that out. So sometimes our mind might tell us like, oh, we're doing this out of loving kindness for these unknowing and unwitting customers, and I'm helping them. But you got to look at the other side of that, is you're harming this business by doing that. And you got to make sure that the mind's not just trying to justify its conduct by saying I'm helping these people, where in reality what it's really doing is harming these people over here. So if you're helping these people and harming these people, the net result of that is that it's going to be harmful for you. Because if there's even the smallest sliver of harm in any of your moral conduct, it's causing harm to them. So it's going to come back to you and it's going to cause harm to you. So the mind will sometimes justify itself that it's doing something for a wholesome purpose. When you look at it under a microscope, you can see that there's actually harm in there. So you just got to be objective and honest with your mind when you're making those kinds of decisions. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the last few years, I've stayed in so many Airbnbs, and whenever I'm looking for an Airbnb, I always go online, and obviously I check the reviews, right? So once I've stayed at some, and there's a wide variety of places, obviously, some I think, oh, this is great, other places think, oh, this is not so good. So I will read the reviews, and the reviews in part will influence my decision on whether or not to stay there. So, or I might read the reviews and they're generally good, and then I stay there and I think, well, this isn't really good. So part of me thinks, okay, these reviews are helping me. I understand that they're subjective, but they're helping me in making a decision. But I am keenly aware that if I was to leave a poor review, it affects somebody, and I don't feel good about that. But so if I stayed at a place, and you have to give a number of stars in the review, so I could, would I really give 5 stars if I thought that then that's how it's set up on Google or Airbnb? Would I really give 5 stars, and then when I don't think it was 5 stars, and also if I felt that it wasn't, I couldn't see any redeeming qualities, it's just better that I just don't leave a review at all, because a part of me feels hypocritical, because I think, okay, I'm reading these reviews and they're helping me, but then if I don't leave a review, then I'm not helping anybody else. I'm a bit confused.
Typically what you see in those reviews is you see unmet expectations, and people are angry about those unmet expectations. They're causing their own anger. They think it's the company or the business owner that's causing that anger, and they feel like they want to get back at that person or that company or that organization. So while we're learning the teachings of the Buddha, and this is what you need to do in order to get to enlightenment, sometimes there's other teachers in your life that teach you things that are actually really helpful and applicable, and that go right along with the teachings of the Buddha. So Grandma taught me something here that'll be really helpful for you, and I'm sure you've probably heard it before. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all, right? Because if you go around talking negative about other people, it's just going to cause harm, and that harm is going to come back to you. So if you're looking to get to the peace and the joy, there's going to be changes and modifications to what you currently do. If you go out in the world and keep doing all the same things that you're currently doing, you're going to keep experiencing the same results that you're experiencing. That's what I tried to explain to this lady who was here. there's going to need to be some modification of how you think about things and how you do things. And it's going to be different. The mind doesn't like change. When someone starts talking to you about changes that you need to make in your life, the mind doesn't like that, because it doesn't like the impermanent nature of that. It doesn't like the work involved in having to change. But if you're interested in getting to this better way of life and the peace and the joy where you're not experiencing discontentedness anymore, these are the types of changes that you're going to need to think about and consider and then implement slowly but surely, little by little. But I would suggest that you understand that when you look at reviews, those are people's unmet expectations that they're typically venting about. Sometimes you see positive reviews too, and people will talk about that stuff too. But if you don't have anything good to say, just don't say anything at all. And if you're truly interested in helping someone, just send them a private email and say, hey, these are my experiences and these are things you might consider to pay attention to. But you can word that in a very positive way. But when you're angry about not having a certain expectation fulfilled, that's not the proper time to write that email, because you'd like it to be loving and kind and warm and gentle, just like the Buddha is teaching you.
Yeah, I think for everybody, it's having a little bit of distance, in the sense that when we're in the heat of the moment, we feel, we want to do this. But sometimes it's best to step back and think, okay, this is how I feel now. But maybe in an hour or maybe the next day, we have that distance and we can be a little bit more, we're not so swept up in the moment. And I find that helpful.
What's happened there is the craving has diminished. And now you don't have that strong emotion anymore, and you're not talking through that emotion. So that's wise to step away from things before you do that, because it's not the proper time to be communicating. The teachings of the Buddha have it all. It's right there. Yeah. Okay, you have a question?
It's just in relation to right livelihood and whether an acceptance of people's actions through your not desire, craving, intention, all that, or distancing yourself, or is it both? So my example being, grew up on a farm, and in my later life created my own little farming community where nobody goes to the market. And sort of a welfare farm, really. But all around me is farmers who do traditional farming and predominantly dairy farming. So, for me, that doesn't feel like right livelihood. So, I work with managing my craving desire for the right treatment of animals around me. So my question is, do I, through my own behaviours, accept that I cannot change those people and allow to be who they want to be? Or do I distance myself from those people like you would the drug dealer or the whatever, because that's something that sort of brings me psychological, emotional harm? Or is it both?
Those can be done at the same time, but just understand that they're not bringing you emotional harm. Any kind of emotional anguish that an individual has, they're causing it themselves. So if you're experiencing painful feelings, there's something you're craving in that environment. You're longing, you're yearning, wanting something. And the mental discipline that I'll be teaching here in a moment, that's what's going to help you understand how to get rid of that. So whether you choose to step away from the environment and choose to no longer participate in it, that's a choice that you need to make for yourself. But the first part that you're saying, that's like wise in all situations, to understand that any decision that someone else is making, that's a decision that they're making, and you can't control what they make as a decision. And even if you could, that's not going to lead to your peacefulness, because there's 8 billion people in the world. They're not all going to make decisions your way. So once you go out into the world trying to convince other people to do things a certain way, that's where you'll ultimately be frustrated and agitated. That's why I said to this lady, I said, I'm not here to convince you of anything. Sometimes people think that's what a teacher is doing is trying to convince other people to do things a certain way. No, that's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just teaching you the natural law, and then you make whatever decisions that you would like to make. So you got to be able to get to that with each individual person that you interact with, is realize that they're making their own decisions. I'm going to make my decisions, and my decisions are what affects me. Their decisions affect them. And where there's someone who's open to your advice and open to your feedback or your thoughts, you can share that with them. But even still, they still might not do it your way, in the way that you're suggesting. And you just need to be comfortable with that and realize that they're experiencing the results of their decisions, and you experience the results of your decisions.
I think the one thing I've realised in the last 12 months of starting to participate in these classes and understand a little bit more is that I am going to be socially different in these choices.
Yep.
And just like the lady said before, you know, it's you are going to be recognised as being different and potentially extricated from a society where you don't believe in the social norm. So, you know, I think that's one of the things that I've found, and it's either keeping that to yourself or being brave enough in society to be able to have that discussion with people and be accepted for not being normal. As a farmer next door to me, you know, he said to me, we've all got that one crackpot in the family who's got the animal welfare farm, you know. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was sharing here, where I said, you know, a person who's on the path to enlightenment, they're not a follower. Because if you follow what everyone else is doing in the world, you're just conforming to whatever they're doing, and you're going to stay in the same misery and despair as them. Getting to enlightenment, you're rising above all of that. Not that you see yourself as above them, because that would be the conceit, but you're rising above the murkiness of the world, realizing that you are doing things differently, and people are going to hate you for that. Some people, right? But there's other people that are going to absolutely love you for that. So part of this path to enlightenment is to find your place in the world and where that is for you. And where you currently are may not be that, and most likely isn't. Like when I first got on the path to enlightenment, what I was doing then, I completely changed everything and all the people and all the things that I associated with. But if you're clinging to any of that, whether it's the money, the people, the relationships, what have you, you won't be comfortable to let that go. You won't be interested in change. So to find your place in the world means that depending on where you are right now and what you're doing, you might completely drastically switch and do a 180 and completely turn around and walk the other direction. And that's okay for someone who's interested in building this ideal life for yourself, because that's what you're doing. And all of our life that you're currently living, if you're unenlightened, those decisions were based partially in unwise decisions, and you're going to need to be willing to change that and do something different. And now when you do something different, you will create this ideal life for yourself, and it may look very different than what your life is now, but this is where the joy and this is where the peace is, and it's only you that can decide what that is. That's why a teacher can't tell you what to do. We can just teach you the natural laws, and then you navigate the world and figure out what's this ideal life that you're going to create for yourself. But your peace isn't going to come from changing other people. So like if you were involved, I'll just use this example, in a farm that's doing things unethically, and you're like, I don't want to be involved in this. I don't have a good conscience knowing that I'm contributing to this. Hey, I'm going to choose to go over here. Instead of trying to change the 300 workers on that farm to do things the way that you think it should be done, you know what? I'm going to change and just go over here and create a different life for myself. And I'm not going to try to force and control these people to do things a certain way, because that's going to lead to significant stress and anxiety, because your mind would be craving, and there's no way that you can convince these 300 people to do things your way. So that's where you realize, that's their decisions. They're going to be impacted by that. I'm going to go over here and create a different life for myself. And that's what the Buddha's helping you to be able to see and empowering you to do. But if you're clinging to this over here, you won't want to let go of it. But when you're willing to let go, then you can create this wonderful life that's peaceful and joyful.
David, in the Buddhist teachings, do they allow the transition though? So currently the questioning suppliers or folks you're dealing with, knowing that you want to aspire to a different state. Nothing goes from from one absolute to another without that. I think you mentioned yesterday, it was great. There's a gray area. You got to.
There's gradual training, gradual practice, and gradual progress that you would like to gradually make. So you're not making a switch on a dime, right? Because your mind's got to let go. You got to make sure that this company is well taken care of and that you're not walking out on responsibilities and things like that. So whether you choose to walk away from something like that or not is a choice for you to make. But if you choose to do it, you would still like to not burn any bridges when you're walking away from those kinds of things. Okay. And it's not about what Buddhism allows, right? Because there's no entity called Buddhism. It's a collection of teachings that the Buddha is sharing with you how to get to peace and joy. So there's not just one person that's telling everybody what they should or shouldn't do. We're teaching you the natural law. And if you're in a livelihood that you don't feel good about and you don't feel satisfied and fulfilled in, then you're not going to get to peace and joy there, and you're going to need to move away from that. But as long as you have cravings in your mind, that you're being pulled in all these different opposite directions, you'll just move from one craving to another. And that's why you've got this consistent training that you're knocking down your cravings so that now you can get to that thing that you're really enthused about and that you really enjoy thoroughly. And then you do all that gradually. You gradually transition to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this is a really in-depth conversation, and I just would like to let you guys know it is a little after 12:30. I usually would have taken a lunch break by now, but I'm just going with whatever you guys would like to talk about. So this mental discipline section takes me about 20 to 30 minutes to teach it. You guys okay if I keep teaching, or does someone need a break for lunch? You guys okay? All right. So I'm going to keep going here. This is the moral conduct section that we just talked about. We're moving now into the mental discipline section because that's what's going to allow you to implement the moral conduct. Without the mental discipline, you wouldn't be able to implement the moral conduct. Okay? So here's the words of the Buddha on right effort. Normally I read this, but just for the interest of time, I'm going to skip over this. I'm going to teach it to you instead of reading what the words of the Buddha are. But he's basically talking about 4 things here. And you can go back and read this because it's in the book. You guys will be able to see it. And all these slides and everything are available on our website. You can download it as a PDF. You can go print it or whatever you like, because the words of the Buddha are very helpful in helping you to be able to understand. But just in the interest of time, I'm going to switch over. That what he's talking about is these 4 things. He's talking about applying effort to prevent the arising of unwholesome mental states in the mind. There's certain unwholesome things that are not currently in your mind, and he's saying you need to apply the effort to prevent that from ever coming into the mind. And a good example of that would be like killing a human being. That's probably something that's the farthest from your mind right now. It's not even remotely in your mind right now. And the Buddha is saying apply the effort to prevent that type of thing from ever coming into your mind, because you know it's unwholesome. Don't allow it to come into the mind. You need to apply the effort to prevent that. Then there's certain unwholesome qualities that are currently in your mind that you're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate and abandon. Some examples of that might be that if you're in an existing relationship and you have a craving for sexual contact outside of that relationship, you know that it's going to cause harm. So if you have that thought that comes up in your mind, get rid of it. Apply the effort to eliminate that out of your mind. Or maybe like anger and frustration and irritation. This is another example. That's an unwholesome quality that's rising up in the mind. You're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate that out of the mind. Then the third aspect, he talks about producing unarisen wholesome mental states to arise in the mind. There are certain wholesome qualities that you're going to need to bring into the mind that are not currently in your mind. And in order to be able to get to enlightenment, you're going to need to apply the effort to bring these wholesome qualities into your mind. So some examples of that might be generosity. What you're going to learn about generosity is that the giving and sharing of more than is strictly required in any given situation without any expectation of anything in return is going to train your mind to let go. Because the whole problem with craving, desire, attachment is that it holds on. It's holding on. It's holding on. It doesn't want to let go. So when you're practicing generosity with the people around you, it's training your mind to let go. But the thing is with craving, desire, attachment in your mind, the mind can be selfish. and it'll hold on to things very tightly. So what you would like to be able to do is, if you notice that you're selfish and you find it difficult to practice generosity with others, this is a wholesome quality that you're going to need to bring in, and you're going to need to apply the effort to do that. It's not going to just happen by itself. So the Buddha is helping you to see any wholesome qualities, to bring those into the mind, apply the effort to bring those into the mind, and you're going to learn various wholesome qualities along the way. Compassion is another example of that. Compassion is the concern for the misfortune of others. If you were indifferent, or you could care less about the suffering of others, or if you were all the way on the other side, which is like worried about everybody and everybody that's experiencing harms in the world, those are like two opposite sides of the spectrum, where you could care less about others, or the other side is you're having anxiety and worry, right? The middle way is compassion, where you have concern for the misfortune of others. Whether you choose to do something about it is a whole nother topic, but you need to have the mental state of the concern for the misfortune of others. So if you see yourself on either opposite sides of these spectrums, then your mind doesn't have this mental quality of compassion, and you would like to bring this into the mind, and you're going to need to apply effort to do that. Then the fourth one here that the Buddha is talking about is maintaining wholesome mental states that are in the mind, not allowing them to fade away, bringing them to full growth and full perfection in the mind. Because there's certain wholesome qualities that are currently in your mind right now, but they haven't been brought to full growth and full perfection. So for example, you probably have loving kindness in your mind. Loving kindness is a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. In certain situations, you're very polite, you're very kind, you're warm, and you're gentle with people. But in other situations, you're angry, you're frustrated, you're agitated, right? This is the mind's anger that is arising. So in some situations, you can be loving and kind. In other situations, you can, because your loving kindness hasn't been brought to full growth and full perfection and full development. You're going to need to apply the effort to do that. Then there's something called sympathetic joy. This is joy for others' success, even if you didn't contribute to it. The opposite of this would be jealousy or envy, right? So maybe in some situations, someone's like, hey, I'm thinking about going to Thailand on holiday. And you're like, oh, I've been there. That's a wonderful place to go. They got some great mango and sticky rice. Their massages are outstanding. Have a good time. You'll really enjoy yourself. Oh, I'm really pleased for you that you're taking this trip. But now maybe you're at work and you're applying for a promotion. There's a new job that opened up at your company, and maybe some of your coworkers are applying also, and maybe they get the job instead of you. And now you're envious, you're jealous. That's because your sympathetic joy hasn't been brought to full growth and full development. So you'd like to apply the effort to bring this into the mind. This is what the Buddha is talking about with right effort, is you're preventing unwholesome qualities from coming into the mind. You're eliminating unwholesome qualities that are currently in your mind. You are bringing in and developing wholesome qualities that are not currently in your mind. And you're supporting and encouraging and developing in your mind the wholesome qualities that currently exist. The way that I describe this to my son is I say, kick out the unwholesome stuff and bring in the wholesome stuff. That's what you'd like to do. And you need to apply the effort to do that. So this is right effort. You wouldn't be able to practice right effort without the next one. The next one is called right mindfulness. You need this one in order to practice right effort. Again, I usually read this, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to teach it to you. What the Buddha is talking about here is he's talking about four things. You can see it here where he says, reflecting on body as body, feelings as feelings, mind as mind, mental objects as mental objects. Right? He's talking about these four things of mindfulness. And I do encourage you guys to read this at some point. Like I said, it's in the book and it's in other places that I've shared as well. But what he's talking about is this right mindfulness. So generally, the way to think about right mindfulness is awareness of mind. You need to be aware of what are the wholesome qualities and what are the unwholesome qualities in your mind, because how could you ever apply right effort if you didn't have right mindfulness, the awareness of your mind? So you might hang out here for a few months, just developing your mind to have this awareness of mind or right mindfulness, where you have awareness of what's going on in your mind. It's important to understand that oftentimes people use this word in a way that the Buddha didn't use it. And if they choose to use it that way, it's up to them. But the way the Buddha is using it is as awareness of mind. Because this word has made its way into common language. And you might hear someone say, can you mindfully carry this glass of water to the table? Or could you eat more mindfully? Right? What they're talking about is careful. They're just replacing the word careful with mindful, right? So can you mindfully carry this glass of water to the table? You're saying, can you carefully carry this glass of water? So that's not what the Buddha's talking about. He's talking about awareness of mind. Because oftentimes in the unenlightened state, we're just plowing through the world, knocking down trees, burning up the forest. We're really not paying attention to what's going on in our own mind, right? So you need to have this general awareness of the mind. But then more specifically, the four things that the Buddha is talking about is called the four foundations of mindfulness. He's talking about body is body, mind is mind. Body is body, feelings is feelings, mind is mind, mental objects is mental objects. What he's talking about here is being aware of the life cycle that your discontentedness is going to take. When you have craving, desire, attachment in your mind, and you have some contact through your sense bases, it's going to trigger that craving. And you're going to notice bodily sensations first. If you develop your mindfulness, you'll notice the bodily sensations. Like for anger, it's going to be tingling in the body, tightening in the chest, tightening in the throat, heat in the face, pressure in the skull. That's the bodily sensations that the Buddha is cluing you into and saying, this is an early warning system that is alerting you that your mind is about to become angry. It hasn't gotten the feeling of anger yet. It's just the early warning system, right? So you're going to need to have awareness of this bodily sensation that's occurring. You may or may not be aware of them right now, because sometimes, depending on people's cravings, you can go from 0 to 100 like in the blink of an eye. But if you train your mind well enough through meditation and all these other teachings, you'll be able to see those bodily sensations. I saw them as long as 8 to 10 seconds at a period of time. Initially it was like half a second or a second, I would notice them, but then as you train your mind more and more, you get a longer and longer period to take action. Because what the Buddha is teaching you is to apply right effort to cut off and let go of the bodily sensations. That's what's going to protect your mind and rewire your mind so that it no longer forms this conditioned feeling. Because what the bodily sensations are doing is it's alerting you. It's like, hey, I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. I'm about to get a conditioned feeling here. And you're like, nope, not going to let you do that. You cut it off and let it go. You're not suppressing your feelings or you're not repressing them. You're actually cutting it off and letting it go before it even becomes a feeling. You're not allowing your mind to stay wired to form a feeling based on some circumstance or some conditioned experience. So if you can clue into those bodily sensations more and more, you're going to notice them and be able to cut off and let go and transform your mind. But because your mind's in training and it's not fully trained yet, you're going to miss it sometimes as a bodily sensation. It's going to become a feeling. That's the next step. That now your mind's angry. Now you're frustrated, right? So it's kind of like if you were going to take a boat from Canada to the UK, you would like to prevent the water from ever coming into the boat. Because once the water comes into the boat, you've got a real problem to deal with. You got to get it out, right? So it's the same thing as once the anger comes into your mind, you've got a real problem to deal with at that point. So if you can cut it off and let it go at the bodily sensations, that's ideal because now you've protected your mind. And if you do that enough, eventually you'll get to the point where anger won't ever arise. It just won't come up because you've eliminated the causes and conditions that are producing it. Your mind no longer forms conditioned feelings. But like I said, it will sometimes become a feeling because your mind's not fully trained yet. So if you can cut it off there, then cut it off there. Cut it off as a feeling. Maybe you need to redirect the mind, move it in an opposite direction. Because if you don't cut it off as a feeling, it's going to affect the condition of your mind more long term for a few hours, a few days. Have you ever been grumpy or irritable for like a week or two? Of course you have, right? All of us have, right? Because we didn't know this, right? So there was some contact that you experienced. There was bodily sensations. You didn't cut it off there because we didn't know. We didn't have that wisdom. It became a feeling in the mind. We didn't cut it off there. We thought the other person was causing us to be angry. And now that feeling affected the condition of our mind more long term. So you're going to need to have awareness of that too, so that you can cut that off because you'd like to shave this back closer and closer to the bodily sensations because that's where the transformation is occurring. Then you'd like to have awareness of what's called mental objects. What mental objects are the deeply rooted containers in the mind. All those 10 fetters that we were talking about Those are the mental objects that the Buddha is talking about. You're going to need to have awareness of what they are, what the symptoms of them are, how to eliminate them, and how to know that you've eliminated them. That's in another retreat. I teach that retreat every August that I teach that. Okay, it's like once a year. And you'll learn about that as you go forward. It's not just in that one retreat. There's other classes and courses that I teach that help you to understand these fetters more and more, right? So the mental objects are deeply rooted containers in your mind that you need to essentially take like a jackhammer and jackhammer them out of your mind and get them uprooted out of your mind. So for example, this ill will. We weren't born with ill will. We didn't have ill will when we were first born. We didn't go into the nursery at the hospital hating other babies. That ill will got formed in our mind, right? We had craving, desire, attachment. When we were 2 years old, 3 years old, we were like, mommy, daddy, I want chocolate and ice cream. And they're like, here, little David, you can have chocolate and ice cream. Take your chocolate and ice cream. Ah, thank you so much. You're the best mommy and daddy ever, right? And then we asked again, can we have chocolate and ice cream? Sure, here you go. Have your chocolate and ice cream. But at some point I was like, mommy, daddy, can I have chocolate and ice cream? No. Right? We're angry, we're frustrated because we had that craving. We thought the chocolate and ice cream was permanent. And now we're faced with this impermanence that we don't understand. And our craving precipitated this anger, rose up in our mind. And then over time, multiple experiences, we form this deeply rooted container of ill will in the mind, where now we have anger and hatred, and somebody can trigger that. It hasn't arisen right now, but deeply in your mind, if somebody triggers one of your cravings, your ill will can arise. So you're going to need to be aware of these mental objects and uproot them out of the mind. All the while practicing your mindfulness, your awareness of mind, trying to catch it as soon as possible as a bodily sensation and cutting off and letting go. It's kind of like putting a blockade at the bodily sensations, not allowing your mind to form a conditioned feeling. So let me explain to you the way this works in everyday life, kind of like a real life example. Say you're sitting on the sofa and you're watching TV, you're watching the news, and you see something on the news, and you're noticing the bodily sensations of frustration starting to arise. It starts to tingle. Well, rather than sit there and let your mind dwell in that, because you know what's next, your mind's going to get angry and it's going to start having these other issues. Instead, turn off the news, redirect the mind, go outside for a walk and a bike ride, right? Or go to the bathroom and wash your hands, or go get a drink of water in the kitchen. No need to sit there and dwell in that. Redirect the mind, cut it off, and move in an opposite direction. You're talking to somebody, they get angry, they start getting frustrated, they start wanting to argue with you. Just walk away, right? If they get more angry when you walk away, so be it. You're not causing that anger. They're causing it themselves. You just choose to walk away. Take your mind in a different direction. Protect your doorways. Your doorways are your eyes, ears, nose, your tongue, the body, and the mind itself. You're not interested in taking in that contact anymore. Just protect your mind and walk in a different direction. This is how you practice something like right mindfulness, being aware of what's going on in your mind and then applying right effort to eliminate the unwholesome and arise the wholesome. Okay, so this is the right mindfulness. The bodily sensations that you're going to need to be aware of, you'll develop that over time, being aware of the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. And what's going to help you to do that is right concentration. I typically don't read this in any of the, actually I read it in some of the classes, but not this particular class. Because what the Buddha is describing here is he's describing the results of having practiced right concentration and practiced the entire Eightfold Path. What he's describing is the jhanas. These are 4 preliminary phases that the Buddha's, that your mind's going to experience on your way to the first stage of enlightenment. These are like enhanced qualities of mind. So for example, one of those enhanced qualities is that when you get to the second jhana, you no longer have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. Right now, you might have a conscious and a subconscious mind, where your conscious mind is polluted, but your subconscious mind is even more polluted. If you've been standing around talking with other people before and you just blurted something out and you were like, I don't think that way. That, like, where did that come from? That wasn't from this mind. Like, I don't think that way. That was kind of racist, or that was sexist, or whatever it was. Like, you're like, that's not how I think. That's your subconscious mind throwing things up into your conscious mind, and you just blurted it out. Well, you're not going to get to enlightenment as long as you have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind, because you don't have access to your subconscious mind. You're going to need to get to a point where you have full awareness of your entire mind. So when you train your mind enough, you'll get to the point where you have what's called unification of the mind, or oneness of mind, where you now have full awareness of your entire mind. And this is happening in the second jhana. And this comes through practicing the entire Eightfold Path. If you practice the entire Eightfold Path, you're going to experience all these qualities that the Buddha is talking about with the jhanas. But this isn't something you need to know right now, because you need to know how to practice right concentration. How do you practice right concentration? The Buddha describes in other teachings. Because remember, I shared with you how this is a core central teaching and things plug into it. So what I'll do is I'll teach you how to practice right concentration. But at some point, as you guys progress with me or in the resources that I share, you'll understand the jhanas more. But right now, you don't need to understand them. You just need to know how to practice right concentration. So there's two aspects of practicing right concentration. One is developing a daily meditation practice, and the other one is practicing singleness of mind. This is how you develop right concentration. The meditation practice would consist of your breathing mindfulness meditation and your loving kindness meditation. These are the two primary forms of meditation that the Buddha taught, because they address two specific issues in your mind. And you're going to understand this more after you learn about these and after tomorrow as well. So you'd like to build up to 2 or 3 sessions per day for 30 minutes or more. That meditation where you're focused on the breath and your mind moves off the breath and you're cutting that off and letting it go. The goal isn't to eliminate your thoughts. The goal is to notice them sooner and sooner and let them go easier and easier. Because with the craving and the clinging, the mind is holding on to things so tightly, it doesn't know how to let go. So if 10, 15, 20 times during your meditation you have to let go, that's actually really good for you, because it's training your mind to let go. So now with that boyfriend or girlfriend, when you guys break up, your mind can let go, right? But if you don't know how to let go, your mind's going to be holding on, and you're going to experience all that pain and all that misery because of that. So this meditation of breathing mindfulness and loving kindness is helping you to eliminate certain unwholesome qualities and cultivate certain wholesome qualities. And I'm going to share that with you when we get to those in the course. You'd like to build up to 2 or 3 sessions per day for 30 minutes or more. And that can sound like a lot to some people, but there's certain unbeneficial things that you're probably doing in your life that if you clear those things out, you'll actually have more space for things like this. And you're going to start wherever you start. You start with 5 minutes, you start with 10 minutes. Over time, 6 months, a year, 2 years, you build up to this type of schedule where you're meditating for longer and longer periods of time. And that's going to have more impact for your mind. Then you would like to practice singleness of mind in daily life, where you're just doing one thing at a time. Your mind actually can't do more than one thing at a time. This is one of the lack of wisdoms that the mind has. We've been taught in some places to multitask, right? That wasn't a big thing until like the 1960s when computers came out, because computers can multitask. It's a computer chip. They can do multiple tasks at a time. So human beings were like, let us multitask like a computer. It's not actually possible. What a person is doing is they're actually doing one task for like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, and then they're rapidly cycling to another task, and they're rapidly cycling to another task, and they're going around and around and around and around. And if you know anything about like a racehorse, if a racehorse is running around a track, when it goes to the barn, it has a hard time calming down because it's been running around the track, right? Well, your mind's the same way. If you're running around like that, trying to multitask, when you get home from work, you're going to be stressed. You're going to have anxiety. It's going to be hard to relax because you've been running around. So if you're talking to your mom, you're watching TV, and you're eating a sandwich, you're not actually doing all those 3 things. You're talking to your mom for a few seconds, you're watching TV for a few seconds, you're eating your sandwich a few seconds. This is why the conversation went so long, where it could have been like a 10 or 15 minute conversation and went like 45 minutes or an hour, and you thought you were actually being more productive, but it actually took you longer, right? And then when you were talking, there were certain things your mom asked you to do that you've completely forgot about, and you got to call her back up and be like, Mom, I'm so sorry. I wasn't really paying attention during our conversation. What was I supposed to do for you again? I completely forgot, right? So now you've exhausted more time and wasted more time, right? And then maybe you even said something that was unwise, and you got to call her up and apologize, like, Mom, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that, right? So you're actually spending more time and wasting more time time where you could have just had your 15-minute conversation, been done and over with, and moved off to the next thing. But now you got to go clean up all this stuff because the mind was running around the racetrack, right? So you can't multitask. So what you would like to do is just do one thing at a time. If you're washing dishes, just wash dishes. If you notice your mind's wandering, cut that off and let it go. Because if you're sitting there washing dishes and your mind's wandering, you might cut yourself, right? With a knife. Or if you're in a business meeting and you're thinking about that wonderful trip to Thailand that you're about to take, it's like you're not applying your effort and energy in the business meeting. You got to help the boss. You got to help the company. If your mind's wandering to Thailand, you're not doing what you need to be doing. So you cut that off and let it go. You use your mindfulness or awareness of mind to realize that you're not practicing singleness of mind. And now you apply right effort to cut that off and bring the mind back to the breath. Right. So if you are back to the task at hand that you're actually working on. So if you're practicing singleness of mind more and more, your mind's going to get refined where it'll just always be in the present moment. You'll just always be practicing concentration. But initially, your mind's not going to want to do this. It's going to want to bounce around and bounce around and bounce around. The way that I think about this is it's like if you have a piece of wood and a steel rod and you grinded this steel rod back and forth. Initially, it's going to bounce around a lot because there's no groove there yet. But if you grind this steel rod on the wood back and forth enough, you're going to get a groove going, right? And then it's going to be less and less likely to pop out. But when it does pop out, you're going to know it. You're going to bring it right back. But if you grind the steel rod back and forth enough, you're going to get a deeper and deeper groove. Eventually, it won't pop out because it's such a deep groove. And your mind's the same way. That if you practice singleness of mind enough, in meditation enough, your mind will just always be focused. It'll always be concentrated because your mind has been practicing this way. So you need to have this mindfulness or awareness of mind to see when you're not practicing singleness of mind and cut that off and let it go. So like right now, if you're thinking about lunch and that amazing pad thai or whatever it is, that green curry or whatever it is you're going to eat here in a little bit, right? I cut that off. Like, no, I need to get the benefit here in this conversation. I'll think about the green curry later, right? So that's what you do. You like to be singleness of mind at all times and focusing on a single object. And your mind will just get better and better at this and find it to be very easy. Initially, it's going to be challenging because there's a lot of work and a lot of effort to bring your mind to that point. But as you do this more and more, your mind will just do it effortlessly, where it'll just always be practicing singleness of mind. So this is right concentration. Okay, so just to kind of summarize that, is right effort is taking the initiative to eliminate unwholesome aspects of the mind and cultivate wholesome qualities in the mind. Right mindfulness is having awareness of mind and then developing those four foundations of mindfulness, being aware of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. Then right concentration is developing a meditation practice and then also practicing singleness of mind, doing one thing at a time. And eventually, if you do all 8 of these steps, you're going to be experiencing the jhanas. This is like the light bulb flickering. You're starting to get these enhanced qualities of mind, and it's helping you to see that you're putting together the Eightfold Path really well. So that's what the jhanas are, these enhanced qualities of mind that are an indication to you that you're putting together the Eightfold Path really well. So there's these 8 individual steps, and they're all working together. You're not mastering one before you do the other one or tackle the other one. There are these 8 dials that you're tweaking your mind, and you're getting better and better at each of these. And one of them supports the other, right? Like you wouldn't be able to, practice any of these without right view. But yet you wouldn't be able to practice right speech either without right view, right? So all of these are working together. You would like to tweak them in your life and get better and better at them. And that's why you need to learn this more than one time. It's very common for students to come back and learn more than one time or watch a video or read the book. You would like to get to the point where you've memorized this Eightfold Path. You would like to have it ingrained in the mind. Whereas if someone was like, hey, what is right speech? Oh, that's where the Buddha taught eliminating lying, slander, harsh speech, frivolous speech. But in more detail, it's the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. Speaking at the proper time, what you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. Oh, what is that right action, or what is that right mindfulness? You'd be able to explain it really easily, right? So you'd like to have it in your mind, because when something's going on, you're not going to be like, boss, can you hold on a second? I need to check my book. I know it's in there somewhere about how I'm supposed to talk with you. I just can't remember, right? You can't do that, right? You're going to need to have it in your mind so that you can then actively practice it. So you're going to need to commit it to memory. So sometimes people take a month or two and just study this really closely, because this is the path to enlightenment. You're going to need to have it memorized in your mind. Right? And anytime that you're studying it, if you're needing help, you just come ask me and I'll help you. Sometimes students like to schedule time with me and they'll just kind of like teach it to me. And they'll like, David, this is what right view is, blah, 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 blah. This is right intention, da, 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 da. And then I can help them where they're having issues. So if you study it for a while and you like to get that confirmation that you understand it, you can like teach it to me. We can sit down for some food or a smoothie or on Zoom or whatever it is. We can just chat, and then you can, kind of teach it to me, and I can confirm for you if you're understanding it or not. Because this is what's going to transform your mind. So any questions here on the Eightfold Path?
I just want to say, I think I find the Eightfold Paths really powerful. Mm-hmm. The one thing most recently that's really resonated and I've implemented in my life is the singleness of mind. Mm-hmm. And I find myself 2 or 3 times a day reminding myself, David said, one thing at a time. So, I might come home from a busy day at work and it's all of these things rushing in my head. And my practice is to get home and walk the dogs. And so as soon as we get out, and I know I get out there and my mind is absolutely racing, and it's the one thing that my dogs love doing every day. And if I find myself not being attentive to their needs and my mind's still rushing, it's just like singleness of mind. When you're walking the dog, you're walking the dog. You're not walking the dog and worried about what's happened in your day at work. And I've just found it so powerful and given myself permission to cut it off.
Yep. Yeah, because like that example of like the phone call with mom, right? If we're like watching TV and eating a sandwich, how could we bring forth the wisdom of right speech, for example, to have that conversation? Or kind of like what you're talking about, how can you enjoy the dog walking if your mind's off somewhere else worrying about blah, 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 blah. So by practicing singleness of mind, that's what's going to promote the peace and the joy. And then you can also bring forth your wisdom to fully apply all the other factors. So each of these factors are really intertwined and working together, and they're all so powerful. So when you start implementing this, you're going to see the transformation. It'll be gradual, but it's going to really be powerful, as you say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just picking up on singleness of mind. I understand that, and it's really helpful, of course. And I understand that if I'm reading a book, I concentrate on reading that book, and if I'm watching television, doing something else. But also, for me, I have ADHD, so things that I have to do that are very boring, such as doing the washing up. If I'm running on the treadmill at the gym, for me, I find it really relaxing. For example, when I'm doing the washing up, which is boring, it's not something I enjoy. Running at the gym can be boring. I find that I'm at my best if I'm doing 2 things at once. So if I'm listening to a podcast, for example, and doing the washing up, I find that relaxes me. Whereas if I'm doing the washing up and I haven't got that other thing, that other stimulation, I find I just won't bother. So
that's because your mind's attached. You have a craving, you have a desire. That's why the boredom is there. You will never get rid of that boredom through listening to the podcast or music while you're exercising, because that's not going to solve it. The reason why your mind's bored in that situation is because it has a craving for stimulation. This ADHD and all these other mental illnesses, which I was also diagnosed with at one time, it's just saying that you have an untrained mind. It's nothing biological. And I know this is what people tend to think. It's just that your mind is untrained, that it hasn't been trained to have concentration, so therefore it lacks that ability. But if you train in concentration, I don't know if you take medication or not, that's good that you've been able to do that without that. But if you train your mind this way, you'll see that you don't have ADHD. You can have concentration. There's nothing biologically hindering you from having right concentration. So what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to learn how to exercise without music or without a podcast. It's going to be boring at first because your mind craves that podcast. Yeah, it's challenging. This path is not a cakewalk. You know, it's not like walking to the rainbow, right? It's kind of like this. It's like if you join the mafia, you're going to get all kinds of pleasant feelings because you got brand new friends, you got a way to make money, you got protection. Wow, look at all this pleasant things that I got. But if you try to get out of the mafia, it's going to be pretty painful to walk out. But once you walk out, now you're free. You don't have to attend to all of these things anymore, right? It's the same thing. You got in the mafia. You get all these pleasant feelings from listening to the music and the podcast while you're exercising. If you're going to get out of this and get to the peace and joy, you're going to have to walk through some painful feelings. You're going to have to walk through the fire in order to appreciate the fresh air on the other side. So you need to be able to see that yeah, it's going to be challenging to get away from these cravings, desires, attachments, but you get to pick and choose. It's your practice. Nobody's going to force you or try to convince you to do one thing or the other. But when you put all of these practices in place, particularly the meditation, when you're regularly training your mind, you'll find that it might be easier than you might think right now to let go. Because right now your mind doesn't want to let go. That's why you say it's challenging, because your mind doesn't want to let go. But if you regularly train your mind with meditation and train it to let go, more and more it's going to be willing to let go. And you can start small with some of the smaller ones, where it'll be a lot easier for you. And then slowly but surely you can let go of some of the other ones. And then you're going to see, wow, when I go to the gym and I forgot my audio device, I can still work out and have a great time. I don't have to drive 20 minutes back to the house to get my audio device and drive 20 minutes to the gym. I just saved myself 40 minutes that I can use for other things in my day, because on my way to the gym, I realized I don't have my audio device. No big deal. I'm completely fine. I can work out without it and be completely joyful. But when your mind is bound up, it's not free, right? It's hindered, that now it's stuck, and I can only enjoy my workout if I have my audio device. And that's where the Buddha is teaching how to get free of all of that. So now I can go to the gym with music or without music, and I can enjoy it either way. But right now your mind can't do that. So you're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate that unwholesome quality of craving and arise this wholesome quality, being willing to let go. The intention of renunciation, you're going to need to be willing to let go. Because if you keep holding on to this, your mind's just going to stay bound up. And you can only be happy if you have that music in the gym with you. Just going to take time. After your mind lets it go. After your mind lets it go. So you first need to train your mind to let go of the craving. And then there's no harm in listening to music while you're exercising. But right now, your mind is attached to it. It feels bored when you don't have it. That discontentedness is arising because of the attachment. So you're going to need to distance yourself from that attachment, train your mind to let it go by working out without the music. And now after you've done that for a few months and you notice that you're just as peaceful and you enjoy working out just as much without the music as with the music, and you're confident that your mind can do that regularly for multiple weeks and months, now there's no harm in bringing the music back in, because your mind's not attached to it any longer, because you can enjoy the workout with it or without it. But right now, that's not where your mind is. So you're going to need to distance yourself from it for a period of time to train it to let go. So what you might decide to do is you might decide to take your music with you, but don't turn it on right away, right? Just have it there in your bag, work out for like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, however long, without the music. And at some point, your craving is going to come in. Okay, put the music in and now listen to the music. And now see if you can set it down again. But now maybe next time you come, do the same thing. Keep it in your bag. But now maybe you get 10 minutes or 12 minutes without the music. And now you have to listen to it. And now you listen to it, right? And then the next time, maybe you get 15 or 20 minutes, right? Each time you just make it a little bit longer. And then eventually you're going to slowly but surely get to the point where you don't need this music, because the mind, remember, it doesn't like change. If you try to go cold turkey and you just leave it at home, you're going to drive yourself crazy, right? So you'd like to do these little incremental changes where your mind just doesn't even know what you're doing. You kind of fake it out. And this is where it can be really fun, because you're kind of working with the mind skillfully to train it to let go, right? So this is the way you can do something like that. Okay, so you guys must be hungry, or I should say this body needs food, right? This body needs food. You guys ready to take a break? Okay. So it's it's 1:15 essentially. So normally we get back at 1:30 and I teach you guys the meditation. Can you guys eat in an hour? Or I don't know. Yeah, you can eat in an hour. Be back at 2:15 and then I'll teach you guys the meditation. Okay? So anybody attached to eating for an hour and a half? You guys aren't upset? No? So you guys just independently verified the Four Noble Truths. You don't have a craving, desire, attachment to eat at a certain time, so you're completely peaceful, right? So nobody was craving an hour and a half, so you're all peaceful and joyful. Enjoy your lunch, okay? Have a good time, okay?